Women's Open champion.
Hello, pool fans, and welcome back to St. Louis. It is stop 2 of the 2026 Predator Pro Billiard Series, and we have seen some absolutely thrilling matches so far. And to think the biggest moments are coming today and tomorrow, I am really excited. Now, at 11 o'clock, we're going to be back to the Men's 8-Ball World Championship. We are to the Sweet 16, and then by early this evening, our Final Four will be set. At 7 o'clock, this arena is going to be rocking with the Poison Mixed Doubles Open. We have our championship. It's set with Zielinski and Soa and Bergman and Fu, so you don't want to miss that. Well, right now, we are back to the Seyberts Women's Open. We started with 64 of the very best on the planet, and we are down to the Sweet 16, and the winners of this next round is going to be moving in to the Elite 8. Let's get to it. First, starting in Arena 2, a neutral international athlete. It's Christina Tkach, and her opponent from Yorkshire, Great Britain. It's Quickfire Kelly Fisher. And back here in Arena 1, from Cebu City, Binsky Rublin Amit, and her opponent is from Klagenfurt, Austria. It's Jasmine Ocean. We're lagging for the break. It's a race to 4, best of 3 sets, and sending it to the Predator commentary booth. Take it away.
Thank you very much indeed, Derek Cox, and good morning and welcome to the beautiful Hyatt Regency at the Arc in St. Louis, Missouri. We begin day 6's action with the Seyberts Women's 10-Ball Open, and my pick of the bunch is the last 16 matchup, and for a place in the quarterfinals, the reigning WPA World 10-Ball champion, Christina Tkach, takes on one of the most accomplished players in the game, Kelly Fisher. This is a winner breaks format. Our referee from Vietnam, Tom Tran. I'm bringing you this live action on Pro Billiard TV. Myself, Gethin Davis, and my good friend and colleague, Aya Sarabi. Well, Aya, this has all the makings of a classic.
Yeah, most definitely, Gethin. I fully agree, and I do make Kelly Fisher favorite. I've done one of her previous matches, and it was pretty much flawless. But Christina Tkach is no slouch in any shape or form, so be interesting to see who will get off to a good start. You always tend to think, Gethin, that a good start is really a good marker.
Yep. Yeah, I fully agree. In this winner breaks format, we've certainly seen the winner of the lag being able to take advantage early on in the opening set and put the pressure on their opponent. I did have the pleasure of commentating on Kelly's match yesterday morning, and, well, she just started to look a bit jabby, like she was a bit tired, not really out of the blocks, but I just had a look at the results later on in the day, and she came through with a 2-0 win to reach the last 16 stage, so clearly whatever was bothering her there has been dismissed. And Christina, I've not got to see Christina on the table as of yet. The last time I saw her, she was picking up the World Championship and rubbing her fingers and thumbs together, the famous scene. So it will be interesting to see how this match kicks off, Aya, and how it develops. And there are a lot of matches going off right now, all of the last 16. We'll bring you updates to them as and when they come in. Kelly won the lag.
Well, I will tell you this, Gethin. I'm sure you'll be interested to notice that Christina Tkach has played Kelly Fisher on 24 occasions, and she's only won 9 of them, so she's lost over 60% of the matches versus Kelly Fisher. Now, I'm sure she'll be trying to get one back here, but the odds are not in her favor.
I like that stat, Aya. I want to know where you're finding them stats from. Our viewers who are returning to us will know that we do have Live statistics coming up now on table 1 and here on table 2. You may see them coming up in between racks, but you can also find them through the link on the ProBilliardSeries.com website. I do like me a stat, and I wonder if Christina is aware of that coming into this match.
I'm sure she is, and I think for whoever is watching, and just, you know, our fellow Q Sport players, you always tend to remember the misses and the losses, not so much the wins. So if someone has got a pretty decisive advantage on you in the head-to-head, I'm sure you're aware of it. Regardless of how you rate them or not, you don't forget those things, I should say.
Well, I don't think Christina could see the potting angle of the one. She played a push. And I'm looking at where the 3-4 is. There's not really much value in going for the run out, so we could see a good exchange of safety play here. And yeah, bringing it back to what you were saying, are you, with the statistics, Kelly Fisher clearly has the advantage in years experience over Christina. Kelly at 47 has won pretty much everything out there to win. But this Christina Tkach, after picking up the 10-ball World Championship, really has been flying. Taking the one-rail escape here. Not necessarily going to get safe from it, so leaving a little bit to luck. That's full ball cover, Aya.
Yeah, that's a very nice return. Same can be said for this, but she could expect her next shot to be a very difficult one. This is a pretty straightforward safety now for Kelly.
Kelly may also look just to develop the 3-4 a little bit more. Oh, well, I thought she may do. That 3 is still in the spot of bother if she wants to look at taking the run out, if she were to get rewarded from this safety. There is always, Aya, a threat of the 3 foul rule. Haven't seen it so much here in St. Louis these past week.
Now there's an interesting trend between the two ladies. They've played each other on, like I said, 26 times, but there have been waves of one player winning 4 matches in a row, then the other one wins 1, and then you've got, you know, back and forward. But Kelly Fisher has had packs of 4 matches in a row winning, but the most recent 4-pack of wins were from Christina Tkach. That was in 2024 and a portion of 2025 as well, where she won 4 matches in a row. But Kelly Fisher has won the last 2. They've met most recently. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see who's got that psychological advantage above all.
Well, right now I'm really enjoying this exchange of safes so far. Just the one mistake from Christina, and now she finds herself in a position where this could draw a second foul from her. Which it has. Now, Aya, what do you think here? If that 6 is blocking the 3, maybe she'll decide not to go for this and put Christina in trouble again.
Yeah, I was wondering if she could send it 1 ball, maybe just past the 7 and the 9, which is going to be very tough now. She'll call the save here, so even if she would, no, well, if she makes a ball, then she'll have to continue. But what I was saying is, if she can send that one ball towards the 9 and the 7, and the hook could be behind the 10, could be even behind the 4, that would make a very strong case for her to win this rack with 3 consecutive fouls. Don't know about you, Gethin. That is by far my favorite way of winning a rack.
Oh, well, she's focused on cue ball here, and Kelly Fisher, by all accounts, has locked it to the 10, which really does narrow down Christina's options. However, that one is at that sort of distance off the rail, Arya, where it does increase the percentages of getting to it.
Yeah, this is the type of 2-rail escape, even 3, that you have good odds getting, but overdone it, and that's the first rack to Kelly Fisher. I did mention, how about yourself, Gethin? I just feel like when you can outsmart your opponent with 3 fouls, it's the best feeling ever. Because
Well,
if someone runs out, there's nothing you can do about it, so it doesn't really hurt. But when I can strangle you with safeties, it is, it's I take a lot of enjoyment out of it.
Well, it started off understandably, Arya, because the 3-ball was in a real nasty position and there was no value in going for the run out. But you've set the tone for the match, bringing in some really interesting statistics and sort of putting that good aspect to the game psychologically. Well, if you want to talk about psychological games, putting your opponent in 3 fouls in your opening match, that's one way to do it.
This is all pool room talk, so that doesn't really that doesn't really count for these players at this level. But I did see numerous occasions when someone was deliberately just going for the 3 fouls, to the point where the other opponent literally just shook hands and went, "I'm not continuing this." You can really get in between someone's ears if you keep playing good safeties.
Last break was dry from Kelly. It's got that sense about it again, but this time, look at where that one's finished, Aya.
Yeah, that 6-ball, the most obvious problem, but I suppose it helps. That 5-ball is very close to it, so I suppose if you could play a decent position shot on the 3 and then land nice on the 4, you should have a good chance to develop the 6. Now, I think straight away she's lost her cue ball there. She could try and cut this into the side, but it's very, very thin. It's very tough to control the cue ball. Might have to go twice up and down. And I'm just wondering if that's even worth going for. She might just nestle up behind the 7 here. Her cue ball, that is. Send that 2 towards the bottom rail. No, played it very soft, which is fine. It's still a full ball hook.
Well, to be a little bit critical, and it's easy enough to do it from the chair here, Arya, at this level, you really should be trying to get that cue ball closer to the object ball if possible, that you're looking to block with. And that just left a few more options for Kelly here. Just avoided the side pocket.
Yeah, once again, the safety is now pretty straightforward. Just needs to make sure that 2 does hit the side rail here. Cue ball behind the 4 and the 10. Now, if she can get close and tight behind the 4 and the 10, this could present some trouble for her opponent. Although, when I say that, there's always that one railer available, isn't it, on the left side?
Well, maybe Christina's thinking, anything you could do, I could do better. And maybe creating the opportunity, because of where the 6 is locked up, to maybe get the 3 fouls back. Oh, that's a good hit from Kelly.
I wouldn't go as far as to say this is a chance, but there is an opportunity here for Christina. She can try and pot the 2. If she misses it on the thick side, it will hit the bump, send it up table. She can try and come around the 3 ball here while going for the pot.
Oh,
Did graze the 10. Yeah, have a look at the cue ball. Let's say if she just missed that 2 ball, it would have been perfectly safe. So that was value going for it. And, well, she's a bit limited now with her options. Either 4 in one of the top corner pockets or into the side. You would think the side pocket is a bit easier to play position for, just like that.
oh.
She just rolled, I would say, half a ball further than she would have wanted. Now she'll have to run into the 10 if she was going forward.
Would
It
love
just
to leave
makes
an
this
angle.
positional shot a bit harder on the 5.
Oh, that could have worked out lovely, Aya. Can she push through now and bump the 9? Or even rail first in a bit of the 9?
Oh, tap on the table. She's been fortunate there, but she can still continue the run. But this positional shot here is quite iffy because it's a very narrow angle here. She wants to miss the 10 ball, ideally, or she can deliberately try and use the 10 ball, stop the cue ball, but I would imagine she's trying to avoid the 10 ball here.
Oh, use the
No.
10.
Use the 10 ball, and I have to say she's played that pretty much as good as possible. Now one good draw shot here on and off the side cushion, and she should be on her way to level the scores here. Oh, yeah, that's a missed opportunity.
Yeah, she did.
It wasn't
so
easy
well.
get in, but it's one of those you would really fancy her to make.
Yep, definitely. And she'd played very well to manipulate that opportunity. And sadly, the 7 didn't run safe. It's come right back up to the top left pocket. Oh, and I was going to say maybe a steal for Kelly, but she's left herself a bit thinner an 8 than she would have hoped for.
You know what they say, get thin. If you want to be thinner, you might skip dinner. Kelly, very, very reliable with that cue action of hers. She's pretty much played any variation of cue sports, and she's been very successful in any variation of cue sports.
She has indeed. She's picked up the quadruple, I believe. Snooker, pool, billiard, and hayball. And that's by no means an easy feat, and I'm not sure who and when it will be replicated. This young lady, well, she certainly does have all the tools in the box. But right now, Christina, with a missed 7 and a missed opportunity there, has allowed Kelly to take a 2-0 lead in these races to 4 best-of-3 sets. And a few of the other matches out on the other table, I mentioned this one was my pick, but we do have some great matches out there. One to watch from Canada, Brittany Bryant. She's 2-0 up on the player from the US, Jordan Helfrey. Cheska Centino 2-1 up on Chihiro Kawahara. And I'll just give you another one with Soa, who had a great match at the end of yesterday. In the mixed doubles, is locked at 1 apiece with Meng Jia Hung. And there are all last 16 matches underway. Another couple of corkers. Pro Billiard TV streaming for you every day. Kelly Fisher to break.
The previous break was nowhere near as we've been used to seeing from her.
Again.
This time she does get more balls moving, but pretty much the same result. No shot on and dry as well.
Yeah, we've been talking all week about the breaks. Players electing to break down the center of the table, just off center, from the side, cut breaks. No one's really seemed to have got their teeth into it. Although maybe one anomaly in the form of Carlo Biardo, who broke and ran 8 racks of 8-ball against Piers Labutis, I think. Now that's a push shot, locking up the 6 on the 9. I don't mind that. Now, there's no real value in going for this Hyatt. Will Kelly be able just to, I was going to say, play off of it and use that 9-6 as a bit of a target? I think she has, and been successful looking at the pace of the cue ball.
Yeah, if she has managed to block off the right side, this is not an easy hit.
She caught the 4. And the 7's dropped in the side pocket. Look where that 8's gone to as well.
Yeah, I suppose that's the only silver lining in that shot for her. 6 and the 8 is now even more tied up. As we heard from our MC, it is still a race to 4, best of 3 sets. So these races to 4, Gethin, they can be over in a blink. So when you have a couple of mistakes or fouls, they can really add up.
Yeah, I agree. From Christina's perspective, although the scoreline is 2-0, she is sitting in a chair looking at her opponent struggling with the break. Maybe a few more fortunate leaves for her after a dry break, and I'm sure she'll be looking to start putting points on the board. But as of right now, sat in a chair, Hyatt, there's nothing she can do about this. And although that 6-8 looks a bit of a handful, Kelly may look to try and play into this. I wouldn't say now, but certainly coming from the 3 into it with some premise.
Marko Spitsky also in the room watching. I wonder if she can draw it back with some left spin. No, played safe. That's interesting. She wasn't perfect on the 2 ball, so it's not a bad choice by any means. And I'll tell you what, she's just pushed that 2 to a point where, coming from the side rail is not on here. She's looking at a 2 railer, maybe even a 3 railer. If you're playing the 3 railer, you want that cue ball to come right in between the 3rd and the 2nd diamond. She's hit it directly, but that cue ball might still drop. It might drop.
It twisted, it turned, and it's stayed deep in the jaws.
How is
of
that not
the
dropped?
pocket.
Have a look at this. I mean, more than half of the ball is lingering over the pocket. That's amazing. It's still on the table.
Again, Kelly looking to bring that same cluster of balls into play, but not been successful this time. Cue ball with a short gap between it and the short rail, but not much for Christina to get her cue at here. I think the blessing is where the 5 is. She could look for a thin edge off of this, Aya. It'd be a delicate shot to play.
Yeah, I would actually call a bank into the top right from this camera angle. And I'll try to play the 2 with such a pace that when it comes off the bottom rail, you're trying to hook behind, using the 3 balls, the 8, 6, and the 9 there. But if it drops, you always have a shot on the 3. She's gone the other way, and it is safe. She's not left the pot on, but it is not a difficult return for Kelly, that's for sure. And she's played that once again to a nice pace.
Yeah, Kelly does bring a lot of experience to the game. I'm sure she will have found herself in a lot more positions than her opponent, Christina. But it's all right having the experience. You've still got to be able to deliver. So far, so good. And that will be a foul from Christina there. She did miss the 2. And this is a bit more of a tempting pattern for Kelly here, Aya.
Yeah, absolutely. That 8 ball now removed from the cluster. That 6 and a 9 look dead straight. And I mean, it depends how she will land on the 4 off the 3 now. But if she doesn't land straight on the 4, where she can play position on the 5 into the top left, she can also take the 5-8 combination. Yeah, I think with this angle, she can play position for the 5 in the top left. Let's drop this in, maybe a touch of side spin. Yeah.
Such a compact backswing.
Yeah, she started off her cueing career on the snooker table. That's why, as you can see, she's got that square stance as well, like most snooker players have.
Now, this is where it could go wrong, depending on how the 6 and the 1 react from this shot. Rather the 6 and the cue ball. She's played that very well. Got not much movement from the 6 at all.
Yeah, she's got a nice angle here to punch this off the side rail. Leave herself a similar type of angle on the 8 would do. Doesn't need to overhit this, of course.
Well, the score does make it appear that it's been all Kelly. However, that's not been the case. You would have to say, though, Aya, Kelly's been getting the better of the safety battle so far. And pushing on from getting the 3 fouls for her opening rack. She's now on the hill.
No, exactly what you said is completely right. The table time is 51% in favor of Kelly Fisher. So, as you alluded to, there's been a lot of safety play, which she has dominated, and that's the main reason why she's 3-0 in front.
While we just wait for them to get racked up, to let you know on our other TV tables, table 1, Yasmin Ushan is 2-1 up over the Filipino Rubian Abit. And over on table 3, Pia Filler leading in the opening set 3-1 against Zhang Muyan. And in our 4th stream table, Xiaofang Fu has taken an early 2-0 lead over the young American Sophia Mast. We'll bring you some more scores, but everyone now fighting for a place in the quarterfinals. Following on from this match, we'll move into the WPA Yalin Men's World 8-Ball Championship. And then we'll have another fixture of the women's event here. And finishing off today, I'm looking forward to this, Aya, the Poison Mixed Doubles Final. Kicks off at 7 p.m. local time, and there's going to be a big crowd here for it, as Fu and Bergman, the St. Louis home hero of sorts, is taking on Sosoa and Zielinski, who came through a real tough tussle yesterday. And I did catch the end of the shootout. It's been a great week so far. This is the penultimate day. We've still got one more day to go, Aya. And I have to say, if this is what we're in store for, it's going to be fantastic.
Absolutely. Today is the day where the top favorites will rise up, whoever that may be, and put themselves in the quarterfinals and beyond. No,
Kelly's still, she's still persisting from that side, are you?
yeah, but I do understand that, because she's tried different breaks, and as you can see, she's not getting very good spreads either on the break, so it's very sensible of her to break from the side. And I saw one stat which I couldn't believe. It's, well, Kelly Fisher is ranked number 6 in the WPA world rankings. Christina Tkach, she's ranked number 2, but interestingly enough, Kelly Fisher, she's got a Fargo rating 761 as opposed to the 748 for Christina Tkach. So basically what it is telling me is that when Kelly plays, and I'm sure she doesn't play all these tournaments as much as Christina does, she performs higher. But if you play all the ranking tournaments and all these events, then obviously more likely you are going to be the one higher on the ranking list.
Yep, fully endorse that. Well, we're back to another little tussle of safeties again, all of which drawn from a dry break. And I've just had a little back channel message from our stat man, Michael Salmon. I did mention the early match with Kelly that I was on yesterday. She was really struggling with the break and seemed to just be a bit jabby round the table, still came through. Well, in her second match that she did take in straight sets, her break percentage was just 14%, Aya. So shows that she's got the ability to dig deep and claw her way back with a good safety game, but you can't help but think a player with a solid break could just cause her a bit more hassle. And if we get to see Christina breaking, maybe we'll get something to trouble her.
No points for guessing where that cue ball is going to land after this shot.
Well, she's used that cluster for cover. I don't think the 6 makes it any trickier to get to this one ball.
No,
I do
actually,
like touching 2 rails here.
Exactly, yeah, I was about to say that the same. That cue ball, when it hits the second diamond, you're pretty much guaranteed not to foul, and she's left a little tester here. Now, making the shot here for Christina is the easiest part. Can she get some sort of a shape on the 2 ball? Might have to use the 8 ball here to slow the cue ball down.
Could she play the
This
2
is
off the 3 here, Aya?
Mm,
No.
no, I don't think that is on. But she's, the table is sitting very awkward for her from this position. Yeah, I did look at this safety, and I think she's played it to the right pace, because if you play that cue ball hitting the 3 or the 7, it can easily drop. So that was the main risk in that shot there. And I do think she's covered the 2 ball. Kelly called it into the left side pocket, bottom from this camera angle. And where's that 2 ball is going to finish? Yeah, it is over the pocket. Now, I suppose the main question here is, does that 3 ball pass the 7? If it doesn't, what's the next shot after the 2? Might have to be another safety after the 2 ball.
Yeah, the only attacking shot I can see on that 3 ball is to carom off of it onto the 7, but you need to get underneath it. Where's that cue ball going?
Close. Ooh.
Maybe the carom onto the 7.
Yeah,
No
she's
guarantees
called
on
the
where the 3's going to end up.
Oh. You did call it, Gethin, and it was on the cards, but I'm sure she didn't expect it to be this horrible.
No, I didn't think she needed to play it that hard, because that just encouraged the threat. However, good opportunity to use that cluster again. I don't think she's made it this time though, Aya. That could be a slip-up from Tkach.
Yeah, and as we see the table, on a previous camera angle, it didn't feel like Kelly can see enough of the 3 to make the combination. She might have to swerve this if she's calling the 6 into the side. Oh, she could
She
make
did.
it.
I think she turned the cue ball a little.
She's got to play another tough positional shot here. The angle on the 3 is not good here. The cue ball, whichever way she is going to play this, will go close to the top right corner pocket. So some good cue ball required here.
She's having
It's
to
not the
come with a few
best,
big
but
shots here.
yeah, but she's left herself a chance. It's one of those when if she puts the 4, that cue ball will go around the 5. So what she needs to take care of is make the 4 here.
Oh. This is now Aya looking good. For what anyone looking from the outside would say was a comfortable opening set 4-0, but it's been by no means comfortable for either player. But again, you'll have to say Kelly really getting the better of the safety game at the moment. Tkach forced into a couple of mistakes and a couple of loose ones on safeties. Advantage Kelly at the moment.
Oh, without doubt, this is her set to lose. She's been in command ever since the beginning of the match. And I was just looking at some of the past results they had against one another. So like I said, Christina Tkach, she went on a winning spree, winning 4 games in a row, 4 separate events as well. 8-6, 8-5, 8-7, 8-1. But the last 2 meetings, Kelly Fisher won in 2 sets, 2-0, and most recent match, 8-6 in the Jacobi Tour Championships back in November 2025.
Oh. Did that look like Kelly had played that too thick at that pace? I thought so, but the 9 ball wiped its feet, found gravity, and at the moment the scoreline has been all Fischer. This 10-ball to secure the opening set with a donut. And we'll have a quick look just around at the other scores. Some opening sets already in from other tables. Brittany Bryant's taking the opening set against Jordan Helfrey. And Xiaofang Fu has taken the opening set against Sophia Mast. Our players are just taking a quick comfort break. We will leave you with the statistics from this opening set, and we'll be right back with you with the players for more action, and we'll get this second set underway. And a very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You rejoin us here at the last 16 stage of the Seyberts Women's 10-Ball Open here in St. Louis, Missouri. You join us for the start of the second set. Kelly Fisher taking the opening set, but without making a ball on the break. And Christina Tkach will be now opening up the second set with her first break of the match, Aya. Now let's have a look to see if there's any difference here.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. For a moment I thought that 6-ball might have dropped, but still have to wait before she gets a good chance.
Both players struggling, Aya, with the break. Could that be an opportunity for one of these players? At the moment, advantage Fisher. She doesn't seem to be fazed at all by these situations.
I suppose if you look at all the events we've had, you know, the mixed doubles, the men's and the women's, because it's hand-racked, and I'm not talking down to our match officials, it's just added a whole different element to the game. Normally they're playing with templates or the balls are tapped. It makes the break so much easier. But now, with the hand rack, it's very unpredictable, and that's why we've seen so many turnovers.
Well, in other matches, Aya, we've seen players, if it didn't work the first time, they immediately move to a different part of the break box. I can't help but think, if the balls are not moving enough, the tighter you get to the center of the table, the more energy you're able to dissipate into the pack. But so far, Kelly has persisted breaking from the side. Christina, so far, her opener from the opposite side, but from the side nevertheless. It'll be interesting to see if, especially for Christina, if she can take a grip of this match from the break, well then it may prevent these situations arising.
I'm really having a hard think to myself with the question, has Christina had a decent chance so far in the match? I mean, every time she's been at the table, she'll have to come out of a snooker or a safety, and she's had a couple of putting opportunities. I'm not saying she's had 0 chances, but I can't remember when she had a clear-cut chance.
Second rack was the last one and only one, Aya, and that was the missed 7-ball. She was running out.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the only chance she's had, you know, to put a rack on the board ever since. You know, she had to play out of safety. She had to either jump, kick shots, and you know, but that's the nature of the game. When you're playing the very top players, it is one miss or one dry break that can really turn the match on its head.
Yeah, exactly. It's very easy after the fact to look back. Can be useful sometimes to look at which points in the match it was sort of maybe lost. If it's only going to be one mistake from Christina and maybe a couple of just unfortunate finishes from safety play, well, that just goes to tell you the high world-class play from both these players. They're not really making that many mistakes at all, Aya. Well, this 9 and 10 will really start to push Fisher in the right direction. Not just because of 1 point on the board, but she will get the opportunity to break. Now, after the timeout, will she have just had a little think about the break? Will she have just looked at Christina's and maybe thought it's time to swap sides? I don't know. There's nothing really out there that's pushing me to want to continue with the way that she's breaking. Nothing really has threatened at all.
No, and I get what you're saying, Gethin, but the problem is if she goes from the middle and still she gets a good spread but nothing drops, more often than not, she's presenting Christina with a clear-cut chance. So I do feel like there is a tactical element behind the reasoning why she's breaking from the side. That
Great point.
I feel like she's saying to herself, the break has been difficult for all the players throughout the event, so I might as well play a break where I feel like if I don't get anything on the break, at least it's not a run out nine
Yep.
times out of 10.
And I tell you what a great strategy, because it's not only working for her, but she clearly recognizes in the balls in difficult situations, maybe she's got the edge from the experience. But yeah, real good point to make. And if it is working for Kelly, then do not fix it. I say that, she's come over to the other side, are you?
Yeah, no, but that's actually encouraging to see, because she's more than capable to run out the set, but you know, she needs a ball off the break. So like you said, she is searching for something.
Did it change anything? No, it didn't. Christina out of her chair. While Christina gets to the table, just a quick highlight on our other three matches being streamed. I mentioned Yasmin Ushan has taken the opening set against Rubel and Armillet, 1-0. Pia Filler has just taken the opening set in her match against Zhang Muyan. And yes, Xiao Fangfu 1-0 up on Sophia. Christina looking to get safe off the one, and that might not do it.
No, she's definitely left the right side of the one available. If anything, from this camera angle, I would say she can see the one full ball on either side. And it does present her a good opportunity to play a better safety. She might be able to hide that cue ball behind the 8, you know. It is what she's tried, and she needs that 2 ball to come in play. That second prize, she did try and hide the cue ball behind the 8 there.
Christina's brought a jump stick. The 2 ball just over halfway between it.
I tell you what, get in. Maybe it's just me being a germ freak, but I would never drop my cue on the floor. Only out of frustration, I might.
The carpets are cleaned every night, sir. I have to say, talking of carpets, it's not normally our topic of conversation, are you? But we have a few of the locations have some quite crazy, or rather loud carpets. This one, being grey, really does show off the Predator Arc table from the overhead. It looks rather comfy to walk on too. Anyway, carpet talk over.
You know, the break is not working if we are talking about the carpets.
Well, good shot from Christina, making contact with the 1. It has leaked into a position where Kelly may want to attack, but right now, not the right moment.
That's a foul. She didn't hit a rail.
Good call.
And have a look at the layout. This is not a roadmap by any means, but this is, in fact, apart from that miss 7, like you mentioned earlier, her best opportunity to put a rack on the board. Tough school, isn't it?
Yeah, our referee Gatis Torbe straight in there with calling the foul, and an unforced error that does see Christina at the table. And if there was ever a time to get the momentum in your favor, this could be an opportunity that she cannot turn down, Aya. The long 3 does appear to pass the 5.
That's a perfect example of keeping still on the shot. She only got up while the cue ball was, I would say, halfway past the middle line of the table.
Yep.
Play this with a trice of right spin just to make sure that cue ball checks, doesn't flirt with the 9 ball. There you go. She needs to play another good positional shot here. That is the highly likely the game winner here. If she lands on the 6, it's hard to see this go wrong, Gethin.
Is she going to come back across the table, or is she going to look to come the other side of the 7 and play the thinner cut down the long rail? I'm not too sure if the angle's too acute or not.
I think twice across, side rail, and cue ball back on the left side rail. Doesn't want to hit the 9. No, that's too short. And it's a full ball hook. She can't even, I'm not so sure if she can hit it from the rail now, from this angle.
Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it, not without a lot of masse. So electing to go up and then back down the table. It does have a chance of potting this, Aya.
Yeah, but I'm going to say something here, Gethin. From the world number 2, you would expect that cue ball to be a bit closer to the side rail than that. And I did mention it was a difficult shot, and it was. It was not an easy shot, but that cue ball didn't even pass the first diamond. If we're looking at the top rail, which is quite a misjudgment by her standards.
And this would be quite a steal for Fischer, by all accounts. Christina Tkach desperate to get off the mark in a must-win second set for her. And right now, Kelly has the opportunity to extend her lead. Oh, favourable kiss on the 9 as well. Should have come the wrong side of that 9. It could have been a different story. She does have a very efficient pattern play. Can't help but think it comes from the snooker background, Aya. Similar to the way I like to approach my pool. Not necessarily the best style to have in rotation, but it's working for Kelly. This 10 ball taking a 2-0 lead in our second rack, and alarm bells are starting to ring for her opponent, Christina Tkach. We'll bring up the other matches from the last 16 here. It's also useful to note, following on from this match, we'll move into the men's last 16 of the WPA World 8-Ball Championships there. And then we'll be back for more women's action. The quarterfinals will be kicking off. Then more men's action with them quarterfinals. And then we'll be finishing off this evening at 7 p.m. with the Poison mixed doubles final. And as I mentioned, a couple of extra highlights. Still locked at 3-1 in the opening set for Kristina Zlateva against Che-Yu Chao. And Soa and Meng Hia Hung, well, they're still at 3-3 in their opening set, Aya, as well as Cheska Centino against Chihiro Kawahara. Looks like there are some tough struggles going on out there in the arena right now. So far for Kelly, this is nowhere near tough.
No, she's won. She's in fact 6-0 in front if we're counting racks alone.
Well, second break from the other side, just as fruitful as her opening set of breaks from the other. Dry. Neither player making balls off the break, and that's really changed the dynamic of this match. It has greeted us with some beautiful safety play.
That's a gorgeous shot. Nicely played.
Tkach really needs to get points on the board here, Arya.
Absolutely, but regardless of whether she can do that, this is a very, very tough hit. Now, maybe she might elect to play this direct from the top rail, but this is a very touch and feel shot. It's one of those where you can try to check the cue ball with a lot of lefts and bottom. Not so sure if she's going for that or not. So she was trying to play the two rail. That's why I was a bit confused, because that line always looked to be closed on the 9 ball. I suppose she was trying to go around it, but yeah.
It also looked, if she actually had played it to avoid the 9, the cue ball was going to miss the 1 ball center table. So, bringing it back, looking at the layout here and where the 4 is, you would have to say 2 to the 3, and Christina, world number 2, should get a great opportunity to put a point on the board, and if she can stop Fischer getting to the hill in this second set, there's definitely a good glimmer of hope for her. That will work. Can she avoid the trouble with the 8-5, Arya?
Yeah, I would advise for her to not try and hit the 8. If she is going to hit the 8, it's okay.
That's
I mean,
thin.
the only reason I said that is if you run into the 8, 2 things could have happened. You can tie up the 5, or you can land awkward on the 4. Now, she's done the second part of the alternatives. And this positional shot on the 5 ball is not a guarantee here. She needs to avoid running into the 7 onto the side, avoid dropping into the middle pocket, and then try and land on the 5. This is not easy. Did hit the 7, did hit the knuckle, and she's on the 5. It's not easy, so much so I wouldn't be surprised if she plays the hook here.
Yeah.
Yeah, playing the hook.
Oh, doesn't want it to go in.
No. Yeah, but doesn't want it to land there either. This is a very easy hit, and I'm sure Kelly will call the 5 here. It's a simple 2-railer. If that cue ball hits the first diamond, that 5 should drop.
Well, made contact, didn't drop, thin cut, but certainly not as thin as the last one that Christina made. And this should be natural shape to come back down for the 6. What are you thinking, Arya?
Yeah, you're right. Directly straight line in between the 9 and the 7, I believe. Oh, wow.
Oh.
She played it with side. And I'll tell you what, this might sound harsh. I think she's been fortunate there. See, if that cue ball didn't hit the bump, it could have easily landed behind the 10 or the 7 there. At least now she's got a shot, or I wouldn't say potting shot, more than anything a safety. But she can execute the safety nice here. And it is safe.
May have left the jump. Kelly's brought her jump stick with her. And just to keep Aya itchy, she's dropped her cue on the carpet. Sorry, Aya. Now jumping for the 6.
Like you said,
I would call the bank
carpet.
here. I would call the bank here. Like that. Oh! Did she? Yes, she did. Hand has gone up. Position on the 7.
But okay, so she called the bank, but why is she putting her hand up? I don't really understand that then.
Maybe, I don't know.
I know it's a low percentage shot, but she's called it, so this is not a fluke. In Temple, flukes aren't allowed. She called the shot. Otherwise, she wouldn't be at the table now. Oh,
Well,
she's lost the cue ball. Oh, it's okay. I thought it was going to land on the rail.
Do you know, I just think that's a lot of mutual respect between the players. Kelly recognised that maybe she was a bit lucky to get position behind, to get the cue ball behind the 8 for position on the 7. I like that. Oh, but Kelly won't like that. And
Maybe she was getting it a bit too much comfortable. Didn't expect her to miss that. She's very proficient on those type of shots. Last call boarding for Mrs. Christina Tkach, because this opportunity has come out of the blue. And she will get her first rack on the board, and we always say, Gethin, you never settle until you put that first rack on the board, and who knows, maybe if she can just loosen up and start playing anywhere near her potential, we could actually have a match on our hands. Let's not forget it's a race to 4, so 2-1, anything can happen still.
I like that, Aya. And that's not just optimism, that's realism. And from my perspective, and you know, we've brought it up a couple of times, and I even mentioned Kelly's last match where she came through with only a 14% break success rate. I would have to say, if Christina can just take advantage from a couple of her breaks and a few break and runs, she takes the second set, well, it's going to put all the pressure back on Kelly, and especially Kelly's break. As we look there, so far, neither player able to grab this match by the scruff of the neck from the break box. So there is an opportunity out there, Aya. Whether or not Christina can take it, she'll have an opportunity right now. We'll have to have a look. But as you can see from the safety battles, Kelly certainly having the best of the bunch.
Oh, absolutely. She can start making balls on the break. She's not world number 2 by accident. That is earned on merit. She can play, and I'm sure she's dying to showcase how good she is. Referee doing his hardest to give them an honest rack.
Indeed. Gatis Torbe overseeing proceedings for the ladies here. Now Christina. The second break of the match.
No.
Where's the 1 running? Is the 2 going to cover it? It is, but
yeah.
Dry
Have a
break.
look at the break. I mean, it's at least 5 balls. I say 5, 7 balls in the vicinity of one another. They were not tight, unfortunately. As a player, Gethin, and you would know this as well, it's draining. if you're trying to get something going, get some momentum going, and the break is damn near impossible. It's just one step forward, then you have to sit down, and you need strong mental power to withstand this.
Yeah, I'm with you. And this really where it shows the players that can keep in there mentally, keep the focus. We call it sometimes the grind. But for me, it's strength of character and the ability just to shrug off whatever scoreline is looming over your head. That was an unfortunate miss, but awkward queuing for Christina. She's come out of it okay. Now,
I wonder if she can use the natural angle for that cue ball to go around the 2 ball here, because that 3 ball is in her way. If you try to incorporate some sort of a spin, it makes the shot a lot harder. Nicely played.
that 4 is not looking very pretty, is it?
No, but in that previous camera angle, there might be a 4-8 combination if she's thinking to attack the balls here. Oh, Christina, you can't afford to miss shots like that, specifically with this score line.
That does come back a little bit, Aya, to what you were alluding to in the opening rack. Christina did not really get much table play at all. She got a lot of table time, but was coming to the table with safeties to tackle or safeties to make. She hasn't really got that arm dialed in as of yet, or has not been given the chance to. But you're completely right. They're the sort of shots that you still expect to make no matter what stage of the match. This 4 is still going to need to be taken care of. You mentioned the 4-8 combination. That does look on, but with a bit of work to do.
Yeah, she can run the cue ball off 2 rails with left spin. But because she is low on the 4 here, it's actually quite hard to control the 4 ball after the combination. That's why she's a bit hesitant there. I wouldn't be surprised if she turns it down and tries to play a safety here. Now this shouldn't be a difficult hit for Christina. As always, when you're playing a kick shot, it's not only about making contact, that's one part of the shot. You need to try and leave it safe.
Well, she's called it in the bottom left corner as a bit of insurance, Aya. Wasn't far from making it. Has got distance between the two and a good cue ball. However, she may have left the potting angle on this into the top left corner past the 9.
I actually fancy Kelly to make this, drop this in. It's been that sort of a match where normally you'd say, well, and by no means is this an easy shot, but with her technique, with her background, I do fancy her to make it. Sometimes, oddly enough, when you're forced to taking a pot, you actually make them more than if it's an open shot where you have the option. No, she didn't go for it. Well, that's telling me something. She wants to kill off this match here. No messing about.
No. Doesn't want to let Christina get another rack on the board and maybe a bit more confidence.
Just a simple dump shot here. Send out 4 into the 7. Oh, she's going the other way. That's also fine. She's coming off the left side of the 4.
Ooh, ooh, did that come up short?
Slightly, yeah, slightly on the hit. And Kelly will be looking to push that 4 onto the side rail just past the 5 and a 6. And use the shield of 4 or 5 balls here. Hit the 5 and yes, she's got the hook, but as you can imagine, any sort of contact with the 4 and it will drop into the side pocket. Now she did bring her jump cue, but I feel like the kick shot is the most sensible option here. And it's one of those where you can actually play position on the 5 if you can judge the pace. No, she's going for the jump, is she?
Oh,
Interesting.
This inhibits the scratch in the top right for me. Looked like the cue ball hopped over the edge of it, hadn't finished and settled on the table.
Yeah, it's a matter of preference. You could see she was looking at the kick shot, and then she returned to her jump stick, so she was in 2 minds perhaps there, but nevertheless, once again, this is a good opportunity for Kelly to pull further away and put herself on the hill to win this match.
Yeah, it's just really finding position on the 8 from the 7 rather than bring any of the balls around it into play. She may just look to drop the 7 in to take the long 8. Well, Christina has had a couple of chances, not many. She's going to need to get a few more if she's to get back into the second set and into this match.
Yeah, I mean, it's never over until it's actually over, but it feels like it's one of those bad days at the office for her. Which happens, she's only human.
I didn't quite catch who that was caught in the background. It may have been Soa watching on, keeping an eye on who may be coming through into the quarterfinals. And Kelly Fisher finds herself on the hill in the second set. And she could take the match early at this opportunity. So far, no rewards from the break. So maybe there's still a bit more drama to come, Arya. Over on our other stream tables, the matchup between Yasmin Ushan, who is leading 1-0 against Rubilan Amit from the Philippines. Well, Rubilan is 2-1 up in the second set. Pia Filler, who's leading 1-0 on Zhang Muyan. And she's currently leading in the second set as well, 2-1. And over on table 4, Xiao Fang Fu. Well, she takes on Sophia Mast. And although Fu is leading 1-0 in sets, Sophia Mast 2-1 up in their second set. If you want to keep an eye on the results and also the fixtures coming up in not just this event, but also in our WPA Men's World 8-Ball Championship, and we still are continuing with the Poison Mixed Doubles final this evening. Please do visit probilliardseries.com. And if you've been enjoying the statistics that are coming up, the live stats, you can also find a link from the page to them statistics. And a big thank you to our statman, Michael Salmon, who has to watch both Table 1 and Table 2 at the same time with his team, putting all of the data into his programs to bring them stats. There's Mario Hay having a little chat with Spitz. So I not really going Kelly's way from the break, but the scoreline would suggest everything else is. This break could take the match.
Yeah, the break has not worked out for either of the two players, which does lend itself for a comeback, but it has to be said, Christina doesn't look like she's up to the races today. Like I said before, it might simply be just a bad day at the office, which happens. Sometimes you generally cannot put a finger on why you've performed in the way you've done. And as you would know as well, Gethin, it's the most frustrating thing ever. You could be playing lights out in practice, you go out in the arena and you look like somebody else is holding your cue, and it's very, very difficult to cope with.
Yeah, and I think you have to give Kelly some of the credit for that, as you mentioned quite rightly, and I didn't look at it that way. If the breaks are not working for many players in this tournament, Kelly has come with a better strategy than most in just looking to really depend and fall back on her safety game. It has been working to great effect, and that's also been amplified by the fact it has not given Christina really a chance to get that flow and mojo running. And again, she's found herself in a spot of bother here. Self-induced. Wow. Didn't even fancy going for it, Aya. Instead, locking the 6. Well, I would say locked up against the 7. There's a ball width between them.
It's a very, very easy combination. That's not gone to plan, and then this is in fact a good chance for Kelly to finish off the match here.
Yep, off the long rail out, nigh on perfect for this 4. And now, to get to that combination from the 5, you would fancy being the crucial shot in this run out.
Yeah, I feel like it's the most sensible option here. Just make sure you go past the 8 ball here, or leave yourself enough angle to work with. Like I said earlier, if you can get that cue ball high up the table, a 6 and a 7, I mean, I would be shocked if she would miss the 6-7 combination. Especially if that cue ball goes. Yeah, this is awesome. Very easy to control as well, based from where the cue ball is sitting right now. Yeah, unless something very strange happens here, Kelly Fisher will go through, and she would have won this match 8-1. 4-0 in the first set, 4-1 in the second. And like you said, both players had a part in this match. Christina didn't really show up, and Kelly Fisher, well, she just bossed and dictated the play, in all honesty, with her safety, with her break, well, not break, but running the table.
She'd be very happy to have secured her place in the quarterfinals. She would be the first player to have made it through. All other last 16 matches still underway, Aya.
Well, there you go. That's a lovely gesture, Gethin. I actually like that because, like I said, she's world number 2, but today she couldn't really produce the form that has make her become one of the most successful female players out there. It is Kelly Fisher, in fact, that goes through, as you could see, with a very convincing victory, 4-0, 4-1, as there are a couple of other matches ongoing. You can find them on ProBilliardsSeries.com and click on the event, the Seyberts Women's Open. As for Gethin Davis and myself, thanks for tuning in, and we hope to see you soon back on our other featured table. Make sure you do follow, subscribe, and share our channels. That way we can push the content and provide you with even more quality. For now, we're signing off, and we hope to see you soon.
8-ball champion.
Brilliant performance. Shane Van Loning, old 8-ball champion. Joshua Filler, new world 8-ball champion. Albin Ocean, the 2025 world 8-ball champion.
A very welcome, full fans. We are back live, and you're not mistaken. This is the last 16 match, a matchup, a mouth-watering matchup between Aloysius Yap from Indonesia taking on Fedor Gorst. This is a match that would race any final anywhere, and well, it's come down into the last 16. This matchup. And calling the shots alongside myself is Gethin Davis. Gethin, what a match we have in store.
Yeah, absolutely. Two monsters of the game. But let me just say, these gentlemen have already met in this tournament. Aloysius Yap put Fedor into the losers bracket in the winners qualification round, beating Fedor 8-5. So maybe Fedor's looking for a little bit of revenge here. Who knows? We'll wait to see. But yes, absolutely mouth-watering. The only other thing to add, Aya, Aloysius, unbeaten so far in this Men's World 8-Ball Championship. So, be interesting to see who gets their break working first. It's winner breaks format, race to 10. Our referee, Jalo Kotunumi. Oh, or is it? So Aloysius winning the lag. Aya, he will get us off to break. Hold on tight.
Yeah, Aloysius Yap is leading the head-to-head 7-3 up, which is quite a stat considering he's playing the world number 1.
Well, the cue ball was moving. I don't know if you noticed, but for our astute viewers at home, that was a second ball break. Sort of lost the cue ball. Looked like it may have scratched in the bottom right. It didn't, and has made a ball. But it doesn't look like there's really a clear choice out there. He does have both an option of a 9 and a 6 to get started.
Now here's a stat for you, Gethin. The last 7 times these two men have played one another, Aloysius has won 6 of them.
Wow. That will possibly prove telling in this match. I mentioned with regards to winning the lag, that has proved in a couple of matches to be very beneficial in this winner breaks format. Let's see how Yap is going to deal with this not exactly straightforward pattern for the solids. If the 5 passes the 8, it'll be a little bit easier. Would suggest the 5 does pass, the overhead showing that as well, and he's actually made light work of these, in fairness.
Aloysius, yep, pretty much the man in form who's taking on what most people would consider the best player in the world right now, Fedor Gorst. I cannot emphasize how lucky we are, Gethin, to be watching this match live and for free.
Yeah, an absolute corker we have in store. As you mentioned, this could be a final in itself. Fedor not getting out of his chair as of yet. A break and run to get us going. Aloysius off the mark. Will retain the break. As we mentioned, this is the last 16 of this Yalin WPA Men's World 8-Ball Championship. A few of the matches out there. Some highlights. We have 3 other stream tables for you. Coming up on table 1 after the completion of the women's match there, Wukan Ling taking on Skylar Woodward. On table 3, we have Misko Fortunski taking on Albin Ushan, another monster match. And to top that one off on our stream tables, Jason Shaw versus Cledio Kachi. There are more matches underway, kicking off now. You'll see in the background there, but that's just a little taster. And as the scores start to come through, we will keep you abreast of all highlights coming in. Now, persisting, I would imagine, with the second ball break, Aya.
Yeah, I was wondering which break strategy both these men will deploy here. Well, not a very big spread on the balls, so that was not per se the best rack. And have a look at this. Now, it feels like the only sensible attacking option he's got is the 7 ball here, so he could use that angle on the 7 to go straight into the 4 and the 10 there. Now, if he doesn't tie up the 4 after making contact with it, presuming he does make contact with it, this could be a very good chance actually for Fedor to clean out here the stripes, solids.
We're with you. There's a lot of them out there. But yeah, if he is forced to take solids here, Aya, that will be his best opportunity to get that 4 out earlier rather than later. Ooh. Well, he's got a little bit more distance to work with, but hasn't opened up that pocket for the bottom left with the purple 4. And has also just got difficult cueing now with the cue ball to continue the run.
I can't really see if he can get to the potting angle on the 2 ball to try and drop it into the side. If he can't, he's come down. That is telling me he's considering a safety here. But that 12 ball is puttable, so if he's trying to play safe where he put his hand there. Ah, I see. So he's trying to drop the 1 into the side here. If it doesn't fall, he's basically trying to play this pocket speed. Also simultaneously looking to tie the middle pocket if it does not fall. Yeah, but he's not tied the middle pocket there. Aloysius can definitely drop this 12 ball in. Be interesting to see whether he can avoid running into the 8 ball here or not. Looks like he just might go around it. That would make a big difference, Gethin, if he can avoid running into the 8 or not. Well, he's actually looking at the 11 here, taking the more aggressive shot. Maybe he feels like if he can putt the 11, he can nudge the 15 out. Much more aggressive shot.
Oh, it looks like he'd have to catch it very thin.
Well, he's actually called the 12 side. How the referee called that, so. He's going to drop this one in. Looking to avoid running into the 8.
Yeah. looking from the camera angle, that 9 does have the top right available. That makes making position on it that bit easier. But he's still got that 15, 14 cluster to think of. Can he push through now and maybe maneuver the 15?
It's a tough out, this. Played position on the 10. Is he on the 10? I think he is, you know.
Wow.
That's a great shot. Yeah, hold his hand. It was a bit fortunate. That cue ball could have dropped, but he did play position on the 10. Just
He was a
didn't
bit surprised
envision
himself, I think.
Yeah, just didn't envision the cue ball to land where it has, but he'll take it. Now needs to leave himself an angle on the 11 to try and disturb the 15.
I'm still not sure if that angle is going to work. Maybe he's forced to take the 9 here to get a more straighter angle on the 11. Then he is leaving it down to that shot alone.
Yeah, that's my mistake, actually. He did play on the 9. He definitely didn't play on the 11 there. He wanted to take away the 9 first. As you saw and mentioned, it was pretty occupied there in the middle of the table. This is the perfect angle now on the 11. Now I would imagine if you can hit the joint of the 14 and the 15, just, you know, pocket speed, you would open them up like a bunch of flowers. It's not completely gone to plan. Needed that cue ball to come off, let's say, half an inch.
Yeah, and I got a feeling he's going to need to bring that cue ball the whole length of the table and back again with avoiding traffic right through the middle of the 4 and the 5. This is by no means an easy shot. He's running into the traffic.
Now then, would you go for the cut here or the bank? Bank shot called.
I would always go the bank in this position. But that's just because of my eyesight.
Going for the long straight bank here. No.
No. That was right into the pocket where Gorst was sitting. He would have shown a bit of appreciation for that. Gorst, a big fan of the banks. But now, a good opportunity for him just to get his arm into a bit of rhythm and get a number on the board. Now, we were talking in our Seyberts Women's 10-ball open match before this, and Kelly Fisher was employing, you'd have to say, a slightly defensive break. Would you also suggest that second ball breaking is more defensive than offensive?
Normally I would, but not in this event. These players are breaking second ball for a reason, because they can't rely on the racks given. And no, and once again, this is not a knock on the match officials. They can't even study the rack. So if you would be playing, let's say, a money match and it is hand rack, you can still inspect the rack maybe, but not in this case. You just have to accept. You can't ask the referee to re-rack either, so it does allow the break to be somewhat spontaneous. And if you summarize all those factors, I don't think it's crazy to break from the second ball, let me put it that way.
No, that's a fair point. That is a fair point indeed, Aya. And I have to say, from my perspective, and it's slightly selfish being in the box, Normally it leaves a couple of clusters, which means we have to watch these players just move a few balls and develop a couple of clusters, and it really does bring them out of their shell. In this case, well, a missed bank shot by Aloysius Yap, and that brings the scoreline back to 1 apiece in this race to 10. I wonder if that's going to be indicative of the way this match will pan out. One thing we'll get to see now is Gorst's first break, and let's see if they're let's see where he will be breaking from.
I mean, historically speaking, whenever these two men have met, it's always been pretty close. 13-11, Aloysius Yap, Battle of the Bull, 9-ball. That was in 2023. 10-8, Aloysius Rapp, International Open, 10-ball division. 10-8, International Open, 9-ball division. Fedor Gorst won the International Bigfoot 10-ball challenge. 10-3, that was the most lopsided victory. And then the most recent 13-11, Aloysius Yap in the US Open Pool Championships. Always been very close, and it's exactly what you would expect from these two players. Even the Fargo rating is pretty much even, so it's 50-50 this match.
Right down the center with full venom, and that may be why a few of the players have been turning it down, that position for the break shot, because again, good spread, nothing dropping. Well, if it wasn't for that 6-ball, I would quite fancy the solids here. The 11 does pass the 6 into the side pocket, so options. That is now going to leave a tricky 14, unless...
No, he's
I was going to say, unless he goes airborne.
I think the 13 is the easiest jump, but he's looking at the 12 ball, I believe. Or is he looking at the 13? Yeah, he's a left-hander, so this 13, you'd expect him to make this. Ooh. Have a look at the cue ball. I want to see where the cue ball is.
Oh no.
Federer has to jump as well now. That 4-1 combination, I would imagine.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. He may have an opportunity, if he plays it well enough, to develop the 6 in the same shot, and that could really open up this rack. There's not much distance between the cue ball and the 12. It's going to really need to jack up for this one. Look at that. Ooh.
I do wonder, what has he left? Can Aloysius see enough of the 10 ball to putt it?
If not, he may be forced into a thin cut on this 11.
Yeah, there you can see he can't get to the putting angle. Forced into taking the shot, and if that 3 ball wasn't there, I'd fancy him to run out here. But that 3 ball is massive in his way, which makes the positional side of the shot even harder now. And let's not forget, this 11 is no gimme by any means.
No, if he is to avoid the 3, he should be running up towards the 9, maybe even between the 9-5. Good line, did contact the 3.
Well, I'll tell you what, Gethin, he will take that any day of the week.
Yeah, he even has options. Opened up both the 9 and the 10 for him here.
Yeah, that's a smart shot. He's played his cue ball in an area. Have a look at this. He can take the 13. He could even take the 9, and he would always have the 12.
Yeah. Played that well as well. And
just
Aloysius looking, he's looking good amongst the balls, Arya.
He always looks good at the table. Same goes for his opponent, by the way. There,
Interesting
background
face.
is, yeah, Gerson Martinez. He is the Alex Higgins of pool billiards.
That is a great analogy. Been very entertaining this week, Gerson. Now, just for position on the 8. Seems quite natural just to run off the short rail up towards it.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was expecting for these two players. This was not per se the easiest out, but it just felt like as soon as he made that 11 and landed on, well, numerous balls, you'd fancy him to take it out, and that's exactly what he's done.
He's done that nicely, Arya. And just to bring you the matches going on the other tables in this last 16 matchup in the WPA World 8-Ball Championships, we've got Stefan Kasper. He's taken a 1-0 lead over Victor Zielinski. Victor, we will see later tonight in the mixed doubles final. We've got Mario Hay and Daniel Massiel locked at 1 apiece. Albin Ushan has taken a 2-1 lead over Misko Fortunski. Claudio Cacci off to a great start. 2-0 the lead over Jason Shaw. And Skylar Woodward, Wu Kinlin yet to kick off. And the last remaining match, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz is 2 up on Demetrius Lukatos. And oh, I did forget one match, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, yet to kick off. Carlo Biado is taking on the Dutchman Marco Teutsch. So Aloysius, he looks like he's swapping sides for this break. Aya?
Yeah, I think you're going to see a lot of mixing it up on the break for both these players. As you can see, whenever they get a chance, more often than not, they will run the rack. So it's all about getting a ball on the break.
And that was
ball
one.
Down. That 3 ball is just run into the 14, which is now added another dilemma on the table.
Well, it's starting to fill up here. 11:30 before the noon in St. Louis, Missouri. And there are some big matches coming up. The crowd's getting here to watch. I'm sure they're very much looking forward to the Poison Mixed Doubles event coming up later. But what a match they're greeted to here. He's going to have to move some balls. Is Aloysius here, Arya? Combination?
Yeah, it's a two-way shot. Not only is he trying to make the combination, he will send his cue ball into the 14 and the 3. It will open up the rack. Oh, that's unlucky. That is very unlucky.
He got the contact, just didn't get the result. Or is he playing off it? To call the 10? Oh, I think he was. Can Gorst see enough of the 3 from here? If he can, he will want to dispatch of that ball sooner rather than later, unless he doesn't feel the patterns on, in which case it is covering the 14, the green stripe. Oh, I think he's getting a clap, but that...
No, that's a hook.
Red
That's definitely a hook. You can use the
Just looked
side
like
rail, you know, to jump over this 3 and 14, even though you'll have to play it with side as well. Rail first.
Yeah, he got a bit of a bump on the 3, which just opened up a millimetre or 2, but not enough. Still not an obvious layout for Gorst here, especially due to the fact that getting position on his next ball, if he were to take the red 3 on here, especially where the cue ball's located, is going to be very, very difficult. He may choose just to leave that red 3 and get a safety somewhere else on the table, Arya.
I don't know where do you get safe when that 10 ball is literally hanging over the hole.
I don't know, slide off the 1 and come up behind the 7 perhaps, but yeah, it's more about just keeping that 14 locked up on the 3, and it does look a little bit tricky to be able to develop it from where the other stripes are.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Purposely potted the 10 there. He has that 14 ball as a insurance policy there. Yap can definitely take on the 15 into the side. But at some point he'll have to disturb the 14. I mean, he could in theory play position on the short side, but that's a very narrow window there.
Didn't make the pot, has locked up the 7 into the side pocket, but as you can see, the 7's still available to the top left. That 1 ball is in a bit of an ugly spot, locked against the 11 as well, Arya.
He can now develop the 3 ball. He would have the 2 into the side as an insurance. And I tell you what, if he wants to go aggressive, he can take the risk here, try and pot the 2 ball with some pace, and just run into the 1 and the 11, of course. If he hits the 1 full ball, he would have the 3 available to him. I think it's worth taking the risk here. And that was the shot for me, but that 2 ball, as you can see, into the sides, they're very narrow. You have to be very, very precise.
Yep, taking on the 9. Delicately played. May want to try and get on the 15 here. Although looking at the 12 ball, the purple stripe, that may be hampered into the bottom left corner. Yeah, I think that 3 is certainly not giving it the whole pocket, if that.
He's played position on the 12 here. That was a smart shot. Like you mentioned there, Gethin. That 3 ball is blocking the bottom left for the 12. The only problem is he's glued to the rail. He wants to, well, so much so he's actually going jacked up to try and stay on the left side of the table here. Now, he's not perfect on the 11 here, but it's one of those, it's natural angle. You need to focus on making the 11 and play it hard enough just to go past the 7. For the 8 into the same side pocket. And it is hard enough to go around the 7. Perfectly played.
He was listening to you, Arya, and delivered. And this for 3-1. And the break. Not a bad start for Yap. He is making balls off the break as well. So, taken somewhat of a driver's seat. And as I mentioned, Yap is unbeaten in this tournament. And Gorst has only lost 1 match, and that was in the winners' qualification against this very man. So, Yap, keeping that momentum, you have to feel. As we just take a look at the live statistics, which you can find on ProBilliardSeries.com. If you just scroll down underneath the links to the draws for our 4 events here, you'll see a link to the live stats. Only 1 break from Gorst so far, so not so much to glean from that as of yet, aside of the fact Yap is making balls. The 6 dropped. Yeah. Gorst missed it. He's out of his chair. But everything bar that 1 stripe on the left-hand side of the table, one of the results of a second ball break. So quite a few clusters. Yeah, a few clusters to deal with.
He can leave himself an angle on the 11 after the 9 here. Needs that cue ball to run a bit further. Now, I do wonder if he can send this cue ball into the 4 and the 15 there. It's not a lot of angle to work with, but I think it's just enough he can power this in.
How's his result?
Not too great.
No, I would look to go safe here and maybe draw the cue ball behind the 8. There may be a chance he can bring the 13 around the rails and maybe bring it inside the 7 down into the bottom left corner.
Good
Yeah,
shot.
good cue ball. As you can see, maybe the thinnest of edges on the 2, but that's not going to help Federer here.
I wondered, Gethin, if there's any value in trying to kick the 7. No, he's going for the jump. The only reason I said try and kick the 7, you want to play at pocket speed to try and tie up that left bottom corner pocket. But this is also a great result. The only shot he's left here is the cut on the 14, which I feel Aloysius will go for, but how much will he get after it? Not so much, you would think.
No, he's turning it down even higher. Probably because there wasn't that much benefit to have gained from it.
This is a fascinating tactical exchange.
Yeah. He's pushed the 2 into trouble. 2 of his stripes have dressed up on the long rail. Nothing clear cut for either player as of yet. Not too sure. Yeah, I was going to say if he can take the 5, but not pot it and bring the cue ball over to the 8. He's made it. Now maybe rail first and trying to get something from the 2 safe. Don't know if that's going to be possible. Can see the 1. And that probably, yeah, has tied up that 8 ball. So, well, we're going to be in for a tussle here in this 5th rack, and it's difficult to see who's got the advantage at the moment. It may just take one key shot to throw the advantage one way.
When you have 2 of the sharpest shooters in the world playing one another, these safety exchanges are at the highest level, because they both know if they give each other even a sniff, they could produce a magical out here. That's why they're constantly tying up balls just to prevent the other to create some magic.
Well, I have to say, personally,
What
if
a
it
great
came
shot
to-
that is. What a great shot that is.
and I was about to say before he took the words out of my mouth, in a situation like this where the balls are locked up and it turns into a bit more of a chess game, I actually do fancy Fedor more, purely down to a lot of the one-pocket matches I've seen him play. He is very patient and very astute when it comes to that cue ball, so maybe a good tactic from Fedor here, and he's got a ball in hand. Is he looking to play the 3 off the 7 after this, or is he coming behind it?
Yeah, off the 7. Now, it would be even better if you can pot it off the 13. 'Cause you
Yeah,
push
good
the
shout.
13 off the 7, and you would have the 7.
Is he looking to smuggle that cue ball into position for the 1 as well? Oh, that would be a shot. He has.
Now, this is one where you would expect the referee to have a close look. This is very tight. Now, if you can pot the 1, it is definitely the move. And it would be highly likely the winning shot in this rack. No need for the referee to watch there. That was clean as a whistle. What a great, absolutely fantastic display of tactical exchange as well as shot selection. This is why these two men are at the top of the game.
Yeah, and locking that cue ball tight in that safety shot from Gorst really narrowed down and limited Yap's options. Wasn't far away from contacting the 12 ball, but from ball in hand, Gorst has really played a beautiful pattern here.
Would have loved that cue ball to travel a foot further, but this is the type of shot you don't expect either of these players to miss. But it goes without saying, it's not 100% unmissable, of course.
To bring the score back within 1, Fedor Gorst takes our 5th rack in this race to 10 and now trails 3 racks to 2 against Aloysius Yap. We'll just bring you a couple of updates from our other last 16 matches that are underway. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, 2-1 up against the Greek Demetrios Lukatos. Match between Wu and Skylar, well, that's still to kick off. Jason Shaw trails 2-3 to Kledio Kachi. Albin Ushan, 4-1 up on Misko Fortunsky. Mario Hay has taken the lead after trailing 1-0. He now leads 2-1 to Daniel Maciol. Carlo Biado and Marco Teucher's match is still yet to get a score on the board. And Viktor Zielinski, 4-1 up on Stefan Kasper, and both keeping his run here in the Men's World 8-Ball Championships, and an opportunity to win the Mixed Doubles Open at 7 o'clock tonight, when him and So Soa take on Zhao Fang Fu and the St. Louis home hopeful Justin Bergman. Now, Gorst to break. Trails by 1 rack in this race to 10.
How unfortunate is that? That's that shake of the head will tell you what he thinks about this.
Well, if he wants to
Just
mount
glance.
a charge from this position, it's going to be solids only, and that's a thin cut on either the 2 or the 1. So he may not even decide to pull the trigger as of yet.
I mean, that 2 ball is a cut you see quite often in straight pool.
He might be able to pick the 6 through that gap, you know.
Oh
Arya.
yeah, the 6 ball. Yeah, it's looking straight actually. And he doesn't need to do a lot with the cue ball. Just hold it there for the 1 into the side. What a bonus that is! Oh, it's just dropped. What a bonus that is. That 6 ball was occupied. You can take the 1 here. Maybe even take the 5 away while you're at it. And then play position on the 4 or the 3. The next thing you know, you're halfway there.
Oh, he may have picked out a line for that 4 ball here, Arya, and if he can draw back clean and avoid just bumping the stripe underneath it towards the 3. Here's the 13. Oh, this could be a very good opportunity. I'm wondering if the 7 passes the 9, bringing it down the bottom of the table. What do you think, Arya?
I don't know. It's you can't tell from this camera angle. Obviously, that's for later. As you were talking about, can he draw the cue ball back straight and clean? I don't think so. He's got a slight angle on the 4, so that cue ball will run it to the 13. So he might even consider to take the 3 first. No, going for the 4 here. This will be a power draw. Oh, what a good shot that is. What a good shot. I say a good shot. He's managed to put that 3 ball safe now. So to go out here, he'll have to play at least a shot into the 3 and try and develop it.
May be able to get something off the 5.
Yeah,
To be
exactly.
able to develop it.
He might just, let his cue ball run into the 9 like that. That will ensure an angle. Now you do
Yeah,
need
you
a bit
can't
of luck here.
He can't come underneath it either. That 15 blocking the pathway to the bottom right.
Needs a bit of luck.
Gonna have to be a bank of sorts. And yep, side pocket. He wasn't able to convert an earlier bank that he took on into the top left pocket. Can he change his fortune this time? Should be able to land on the blue too if he is able to make it.
Tough one, Kevin. This is a tough one.
Yeah, you have
felt
to
like
straighten that
the
up.
angle was too steep.
Now, what Aloysius has done, Arya, is he's got a lot of traffic off of the table for Fedor here.
Yeah, definitely. That's always the case with 8 ball. The deeper you go in a rack is the worst time to come up short or run out of position. I do believe that 15 goes past the 2 ball, and the only ball slightly not wide in the open is the 11. So if he can play on the 11 here, he will play for it. Yeah, there you go. He's played for the 11 into the side. That really opens up the rack now for Fedor.
Yeah, it does. You only have to look at the 8. That's the only one really Gorst is going to need to be particular on, because the obvious pocket is blocked. The 5 does pass the 2. Yeah, so it looks like, well, I was going to say he'd probably now need to use the 15 as his key ball. But I do kind of like using the 10 to get down for the 8 on the right side of it. Has the angle to bring the cue ball long rail across the table. May take a chunk of the second long rail. But this is a good chance for 3-3 Aya, and this match brewing up very nicely indeed, as expected.
Yeah, like I said at the top of the program, this match would grace any final, and it's only the last 16, so you can imagine the quality of the player still left in the field. He's trying to send his cue ball between the middle and the 3rd diamond.
Would like a bounce. Just like that, Aya. 3-3 is the score, nothing to put between the players. The only difference is Gorst has got the break, taken us into the 7th rack. Just a quick note, our table that we were waiting for on table 1 was the matchup between Yasmin Ushan and Rubian Almit for the Philippines. Yasmin took that 2-1 and progresses through to the quarterfinals. There's still 3 matches underway in the women's last 16 of the Seyberts 10-ball open. Brittany Bryant has just taken a result, 2-1 over Jordan Helfrey. And the 2 remaining matches, Cheska Centino against Chihiro Kawahara. They're at 1 apiece, 3-2 in the last set there. And Chayu Chao is taking on Kristina Zlateva, and they're still 1 apiece. But the reason I bring up the women's is following on from this round of the men's. When the last 16 complete, we will move into the Seybert Women's 10-ball Open quarterfinals. So we'll keep you abreast of the names and the lineup in that. We'll also bring you some scores from more of the men's last 16 as well. Gorst to break. 3-3 the score, race to 10. Wow. Really sounded like good contact, Aya, Balls are rolling. The two that I thought were going to be dropping in pocket seem to be blocked by other balls. And what a good spread. I mean, Aloysius must be feeling that offense is the best here. And dare I say, solids would be my way to go.
Yeah. Because of the position of the 14 ball, solids do look a lot more inviting. I think he's taking a 5 first.
Interesting.
Yeah, he was trying to avoid the 12 for the 7 into the top right.
Always had the 6s back up, which helps. But once the 7 is out of there and he's cleared the traffic, it really does start to open up for him nicely here, Aya.
Yeah, absolutely. This match has been top quality ever since the first ball, and it's exactly what we expected from it. Like we've... Ooh. He had to swerve it. He couldn't see it directly. He did swerve it, and it just hit the knuckle of the middle pocket. Now, that's a collector's item. We didn't expect that.
No, indeed. Not that Gorst ever wants to be comfortable in his chair, but I don't think he was expecting to come out right now. And, well, the 9 is covered, and it will be awkward queuing over the 6.
He's looking to take the 12 here. If you take the 12, it's not hampered queuing. 13 might look easier, but you know, you're bridging over the 6. Oh, the 10 ball, my mistake. And he's played it to perfection. Now, the key shot obviously is the 9 onto the 14.
Is he going to try leaving that till the end? Oof.
Yeah, that's a good question, Gethin. I don't know if that is the wise decision, because let's say if you try and develop the 14, you could land on the 12 if the 14 doesn't present itself. You could even risk running into the 6 ball here after 15. So he's addressing that 9 ball, but where does the 14 go? It clearly doesn't go into the bottom corner pockets, either of them. Or does it?
I don't know. Did he just indicate that it might pass the 4? Doesn't look like it from here.
Yeah, it looked like he was eyeing up that shot, like you said. No, try to run into it.
He was. And now it's going to have to be position from another of the stripes at the top of the table. I was going to say, or a bank shot, but I think the 1 is blocking the bank. And that would be maybe a bridge too far. Oh, nice pot. How's his leave? That might not be too bad, you know.
Yeah, I'm not so convinced, Gethin, but you know, he's got a chance here. If he can land this cue ball close to the 1, he can take the 14 into the right middle pocket, but that's a very, very risky shot and possibly his only option here. He's got the angle to send his cue ball towards the 1 or close to the 1. Not behind
Pace.
the 1 though. Not behind the 1. It's gonna be a tough jump.
Have to say, fantastic pot from Gorst. It was very difficult to control the pace. Though both these players quite proficient with the jump stick area. This should go close, if not down.
No.
No.
Too bad.
Now, yap, back to the table. He doesn't really have too much to do. Would ideally not want that 6 ball to come back and haunt him again.
Yeah, it's hard to see this go wrong, Gethin, particularly with this man at the table.
No, I fully agree. Would expect him fully to pick these off and regain the lead. Gorst yet to take the lead in this match so far. Yep, just keeping his neck out in front, if not when level. And when he takes these off, let me let you know, ladies and gentlemen, there's some nice scores out there in the last 16 of this men's WPA 8-Ball World Championship. I'll bring you some updates in a moment, but as you suggested, Aya, Aloysius picking these off rather nicely.
I was thinking this to myself, Gethin. Imagine you live nearby the event and you think to yourself, what's going on there? And you walk in because the tickets, you can watch this for free, as well as on YouTube as live. And you see these two men play and you think, this is an easy game. It's not. You're watching two of the best.
Yeah, very well put. You know, you mentioned about these players making it look easy. I actually thought it was going to be a little bit easier when Aloysius got off to a break and run in this match, but it's not been all the way of the break, and that's what's kept this so interesting for both us in the box and our viewers. Having a quick look around the table, Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz is 4-2 up on Demetrius Ducatos. Wu Kunlin has taken a 2-1 lead over one of the home hopefuls, Skylar Woodward, the US contingency here. Jason Shaw, 5-3 up over Claudio Cacci. Albin Ushan, 6-2 up over Misko Fortunsky. And Mario Hay, Daniel Maciel, currently locked up at a 3-3. Marco Teutsch has taken a quick lead over Carlo Biado, 2-1. And Victor Zielinski really looking to get in tune for his mixed doubles final this evening. 6-1 up over the very tough German Stefan Kasper. Big names out there, Aya. Big names in here on table 2.
Yeah, we were expecting a classic and it's definitely delivered so far. Once again, break, very, very tricky.
Well, something's going to have to be done down there. I do feel there are angles to be found to run into them, but no value. I don't think there's any value playing into them directly. So this 4 should drag them into it. Oh. Either needed to be a little bit stronger or needed to come high on contacting the 11. That's not left Fedor with an opportunity here, so it's going to need to start looking at good safe position for the cue ball. And that's not immediately obvious. If he can play off the 6 to come back underneath the 11 ball. Yeah, look at that, locked up. Yeah, if he can play off the 6, maybe comes underneath the 11. Oh, he's done that really, really well. Given Aloysius really nothing to look at. Referee coming in to have a close look at this inspection. Legal shot. Gorst can only see the 3. May just look to lock against the 11. It might start to work a bit more against him though if he is to go that route. No.
You can play an aggressive safety if he wants here. Tie his cue ball behind the 11, send the free ball into the 7 and the 1.
The crowd studiously watching. I do like that Arya. Sometimes the best form of defense is good offense. That's not a bad idea at all.
Look, my biggest weakness was always patience, amongst many. So when it was time to play defense, I was very, very aggressive, even with the safeties, because I just cannot stand that tiptoeing around one another, even though sometimes it is required. So if I have a chance to develop something while playing safe, I would more often than not look at it and consider it.
Well, there are options here for Gorst. He could just roll up onto the 7 here and just open the 7-1 just a little to free them up. Oh, just like that, Arya. Thank you, Fedor. Now, did he call the 10 in the side just as backup here? Not just as backup. He's going for it. 2 rails. No. And And after a good little tussle, Arya, advantage Gorst, ball in hand. How useful with that little nudge he made on the 7-1 come to him here. Will that allow him to go for it straight away? I think it will. He's opening with the 5. And then clearing out the red 3 here. That will open up that corner pocket for the 7-1. He does look quite straight on it, though. No, not straight at all.
You can take the 6 if he wants right now, but can he avoid running into the 11?
Yeah, he did. And he'll probably pick the 1 and 7 off here, and if he can get the cue ball just to the left of, or rather in the left-hand side of the table from the 8, he should have the right angle to draw the cue ball off the long rail back out for the 8. Straight would also work, Arya, on the blue 2.
Yeah, he's got a nice angle to come into the line of the 2, like you said. Even if he would land straight, it's still fine. You can take the 8 into the bottom left, or if he does not want to flirt with that 13, play the 8 to the side. Top quality stuff.
Absolutely top quality stuff indeed from both players, reflected in this tightly fought scoreline. 4 apiece between the players. Gorst with the break. We'll bring you some updates from this last 16 men's, but first just want to make comment on the Seybert Women's 10-ball Open. It's just one match still underway in the last 16 there. The quarterfinals pretty much decided. We're going to have the Canadian Brittany Bryant taking on the Japanese player Chihiro Kawahara. Soa, who will be performing with Victor Zielinski in the mixed doubles final this evening. Well, she takes on Yasmin Ushan. That will be one to watch. Kelly Fisher, who was on this table just now, will be taking on Xiaofang Fu. And the winner between Che Yu Chao and Kristina Zlateva will be taking on the strong German Pia Filler. Their matches will be taking place or kicking off after this at 1:30 local time. That's an hour and a quarter from now, so set your alarms. Gorst to break, firing down the center of the table, are you?
Well, there you go.
He
Hit that
gave
one
that
with a bit more power.
everything. He really threw himself at that one. Arya wanted to get every little bit of energy out of his arm. It's been rewarded. And with that cluster of stripes and the 8 being available to the top left, solids could be the order of the day here.
Yeah. It's mainly because of that 12 and the 11, like you said. And of course, his opening shot here on the 2 is unmissable.
That 7 could now be a problem. Should be able to play from 5 to 7 into the side pocket, but just a little bit
He's
more
okay,
difficult.
You know, Gethin. He could stun his cue ball on and off the bottom rail, play it into an area where if he doesn't land nicely on the 7, he'd always have that 5. Or off 2 rails will also work. Try to disturb it. Lovely shot.
Nice. May even be left on the 7 here. He had a little look at it. One thing I heard yesterday from Derek Cox, our compere here, an introducer, he mentioned yesterday, Aya, that this is the highest rated Fargo tournament in the world at the moment. And the total prize money for the 4 events here, $600,000 awarded. 300,000 just in the pot for this men's World 8-Ball Championship. So these players are fighting for a pretty penny as well as the prestige.
Of which 90,000 that will go to the winner of the World 8-Ball Champion men's.
Gorst has dealt with that 7 really nicely. This should be him out here.
Yeah, he's landed perfect. This is a small stun shot, more or less like a stop shot. And he's got that 8-ball available to him. Once again, beautiful out. And even more so encouraging, he took the ball by the horns on the break, and this is the result.
Yeah.
When these
agreed.
players start breaking and they make balls on the break, they will run the rack more often than not, and that's exactly what happened there.
First time in our match, Aya, that Fedor has taken the lead, and he's done it with a break and run. And I have to say, I think that's the first time he hasn't broke dry. You picked up on it. Reaping rewards from his effort, and well, maybe he'll recreate it for this break, but he threw everything he had at the break, kept good control of the cue ball, and has reaped rewards from it. On our other tables, well, Victor Zielinski, he's running away with it there. 7-1 up on Stefan Kasper. Mario Hay and Daniel Maciel, that's a different affair. 4 apiece. Albin Ushan, 7-3 up on Misko Fortunski, and Francisco Sanchez Ruiz is 5-2 up on the Greek player Dimitrios Lukatos. All scores on ProBilliardSeries.com. Links to our events underway and results. Can Gorst deliver again from the break?
Oh, wow. How unfortunate was that? But
Wow.
it's not a sitter, this. Have a look at that cluster of 3 balls on the side rail.
Yeah, the 2 sandwiched between the 9 and 10. There are balls around it to develop. I'm just having a look to see if there's anything obvious. Yeah, that 14 as well is in a spot of bother. Is there an opener if he wants to go solids? I don't think he's got a pathway through to the red 3. That would be a good opener if he went that way. Otherwise, there certainly are options on the stripes.
I mean, if he wants to play solids, he can take the 3 ball here. Yeah, it's
I
called a
can
3
see
ball.
it. Yeah.
Good news is he is on the solids, but that's pretty much the end of the good news as well.
Well, he's got If you can finish straight on the 5, you can float through to the 1, but that ain't going to solve the problem with the blue 2, and it's not in a bankable position, so if anything, he's going to have to look to develop it from that 5, which is going to make the 1 ball a little bit lonely. That's what he's thinking about here. I really can't see another ball that he can play into that 2 from. Maybe this 4 would have been it. Well, I don't believe he'll be doing it from the 6, but this does give him a chance to maybe develop good position on the 5.
In a weird way, this is quite risky. I don't feel like he's got many other options, but the more balls he takes off the table, the more likely a potential counter clearance will become for Fedor if he fails to disturb the 2 ball. He's got a chance here now. If he can draw his cue ball into the 10 ball, he should be able to see the 7 after it, and just hope that he can develop the 2. I'll tell you what, he has developed the 2. It does putt into the bottom left now, but how do you land on the 2? Particularly with this thin shot on the 7, you might have to play into it. Maybe you can check the cue ball. Now, no, he's not checking the cue ball. I was wondering if he could check the cue ball, maybe even graze the 14. Try to hold for the 1, and he's played that to perfection. But he's not out of the woods just yet.
Can he run it around the angles and avoid the 12 and find a gap somewhere between the 8 and the others? This would be a shot.
Yeah, this is what you would consider a stun run through. Needs to play this with a lot of power just to avoid the 12, like you said. No, that's too short. Now either he's gonna play the putt of the century, but that was why I said this is quite a risky turn, because he's solved all the problems bar the 2 ball here, and well, if he makes this, I sincerely hope he gets the trophy. I mean, this is 1 in 100.
Wasn't far away.
No, not at all. It got very close.
Unfortunately, Aya, close is not going to be good enough here. The spread of the balls, oh, maybe the 2 just covering the 14 will give Gorst a little bit of an extra headache, but right now, looking at that table, this looks like Gorst's for the taking.
Yeah, I don't feel like the 14 ball will cause trouble for him, but you are right. It doesn't go past the 2 ball, so at some point you'll have to play a good positional shot on the 14. It does go into the bottom right, but you might have to get rid of the 12 first.
He's straight on the 11, can pick his spot to take the 10 next if he wants to go that way. May feel his 11-10 are best suited for the end of the pattern, but where the cue ball is right now, I would want to pick them 2 off first. Also, the 14 doesn't pass to the bottom right unless he takes the 12 out, the purple stripe first.
Well,
Now,
he can try and play a two-way position here after 15. For the 14 into the side, if he doesn't land nice on it, he'll have the 12.
if he is too straight, he could just play a stop shot, but I prefer playing, as you said, into a position where he's got options. Now he doesn't, and that's a little bit thinner than he'd like to think.
Yeah, you'll have to come in and out of the bulk, I feel. Send the cue word towards the top rail, past the middle pocket. Towards the first diamond below the middle pocket would be ideal. Doesn't want to hit the 14. It'll have to be a bank shot now.
Well, his opponent has taken on 2 banks at the end of racks without success. I don't think he's going to take
Play
this
safe.
on, Hyatt.
Use the 8 ball as well as the 14. Good shot.
Yeah, gets a ripple of applause. That shot was a lot more difficult than it looked, especially in how he's brought the 14 to cover it as well. Is he going to want to play this gently? He has. Oh. That has left it available to the side pocket Aya, and this could be Gorst taking a 2-rack lead.
Yeah, his defensive play in this match has been second to none.
Yeah, both players have been up against it. Gorst has had to be patient, in all fairness, Aya. Took him till 4-4 to take the lead, and now it looks like he's going to extend it at the earliest opportunity, and does. Takes us to 6-4 in this race to 10, and will retain the break. Having a look around the table, FSR 7-2 up on Demetrius Lukatos. A score just come in from the match between Claudio Tkach and Jason Shaw. Tkach's brought it back to 6 apiece in that match. Albin Ushan leading comfortably at the moment, 8-3 against Misko Fordunsky. Daniel Maciel has now taken the lead, 2-rack lead against Mario Hay, 6-4. Marko Tojca still retaining his lead, 3-1. And Viktor Zielinski, well, he's flying along there in his match against Stefan Kasper. 8-1 is the score there. Now, are you having a look at these stats? What are you gleaning from them? Well, at the moment, Aloysius Yap appearing to get the better of the break success. I believe Gorst has only had 1 successful break. Difference between the two. Aloysius has been persisting with the second ball break. Gorst is going down the channel with as much power as possible. Another interesting statistic in the offense, both balls pocketed and balls pocketed per inning, bit like for like. And yes, Gorst just getting the best of the fouls drawn. I just noticed Yap has taken a small break, so myself Aya Sarabi. We'll just take a short break with the players and we'll be back with you very shortly for the culmination of this race to 10 and for a place in the quarterfinals. Don't go anywhere. Warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the culmination of this last 16 matchup between Fedor Gorst and Aloysius Yap. Currently Gorst leading 6-4 with the break. Joining me back in the box, Aya Sarabi. My name's Gethin Davis. Welcome back, Aya. And straight in with another dry break. Both players struggling somewhat. And Aloysius wanting to start with stripes, I feel. And nothing obvious for him there. Well, he's called his extension. I've just been having a look around from the overhead. Nothing immediately obvious jumping out at me. And as I mentioned, he's desperate to go stripes, but might be forced to go solids here. And hasn't made the solid he was forced to take on. Gorst back to the table. And now has a good look at the stripes if he wants to take them on. The 9 is hampered into the bottom left. Gorst straight away looking at what sort of shape he would need to take it into the bottom right corner or the top right as we're looking at the overhead.
If he wants to play the stripes, he can take the 14 into the side and play position on the 9 ball, as you mentioned there.
He turned it down, Aya. Maybe feels there's another way to get on it. Off the 10 here, perhaps. Always has an option with the 9 down there if he isn't able to get much out of the pot on the 9. But first he's got to get onto it. Which he has done. Now really, the only other tricky one will be to get shape on the 11.
He's trying to land on the left side of the 2. Bit short on that one, so take the combination and use the 15 to play position on the 11. You can even leave the 11 for the last ball because of the position of the 8 ball there.
Well, depending on the angle he's got, he could go for it now and take the 11 a little earlier, but I have to agree, it's not a bad ball to land on last, but if you don't, it could be critical. How about that? That should do nicely, as long as he doesn't bring that red 3 into play, which I doubt he will do. This looks like 7-4, and this will be the last 3 going to Gorst in a row. In fact, I have it down as 4. So a good little run that Gorst is building here, Arya, and 7-4. Well, a few racks ago, I wouldn't have predicted it, but a bit of fortune from the break and some good safety play. Gorst is reaping the rewards. Quick look out across the table. Albin Ushan's already taken a result, beating Misko Fortunsky 10-3, booking the first place in the quarterfinals.
Defending champ, of course, Albin Ushan.
Starting to build up nicely in the crowd. As I mentioned, following on from this match, be about an hour from now, the Seyberts Women's 10-ball Open quarterfinals will get underway. I will check in a moment to see if the full lineup for the quarterfinals has been announced. And then after that, we'll be back for more Yalin WPA Men's 8-ball World Championship action. We'll be kicking off the quarterfinals. And then following on from that and closing off a wonderful Tuesday, we will have at 7 p.m. the final of the Poison Mixed Doubles Open. Gorst to break, leading 7-4 in this race to 10. Ooh. Seen this a few times today. Dry breaks and a bit of trouble on the table.
Yeah, I think the stripes is the way forward here. Could take the 15 right here and build his way towards the up table where you can disturb the 13.
Yeah, a Don't mind that. Good opportunities to run into the 6. 12 is in a lovely position. So is the 11.
And you can leave that 14 as the last ball to play position on the 8 ball. He's a bit not ideal on the 9 ball, so can't really get close with a good angle on the, like you said, the 11 or the 12.
Might be forced into a stop shot here and a longer 11. No, may have a little angle to push through. I did like your shout, Aya. That 14 ball looks just right to be able to take the 8 into the left side pocket.
Now, I do believe he's got the angle here on the 11. If he can send the cue ball straight into the 6, preferably on the lower side from this camera angle, you would always have a shot on the 10. Took it off the rail, which is fine, but it does mean you'll need to take the 10 out as soon as possible. You could also play the combination, of course, the 13-10.
Well, that may force his hand here, Aya. If he's to take the combination on, I think he's going to be hampered by the 7 as well, so the 10 first.
Run through the angles here.
Nicely done. Doesn't need to finish straight on the green stripe 14 here. Not bad at all.
No, this is a timely response. In the previous rack, he missed a shot to the side, which was rather unexpected because the level of play in this match has been so high. So every little mistake is magnified, of course.
Yeah, this time it was a dry break, Aya. And that 8 ball, just to slow Fedorgorst down, who was running away with it a little bit here after the break. Scoreline now back to 7-5. Break will return to Aloysius Yap. Race to 10. And just bringing you a couple of other results already coming in. I mentioned about how well Victor Zielinski was playing against Stefan Kasper. He has completed that with a 10-1 win. Books his place in the quarterfinal. And Wu Kun Lin currently 6-2 up on Skylar Woodward. Skylar needing to dig deep there. Jason Shaw leading 8-7 against Claudio Cacci. And Mario Hay now trailing 4-7 to Daniel Maciel. And another big one, and a big player who's been delivering so far, Carlo Biado, finds himself 4-2 down to the Dutchman Marco Teutscher. So Yap has been getting mixed successes with the break. And look at where he's breaking from this time. Right down the channel, Aya.
Yeah, he's seen that break pay dividends for Fedor. It's now his turn to give it a crack. Oh no.
Well, that ball took a hop, a skip, and jumped straight into the side pocket. Yap put a lot of venom in there, but just no reward. Well, he's got to play forward here. And if he wanted to take stripes, he's very limited for options.
Yeah, either of the options would work.
I think we'll see him taking the 5 ball out here. So solids for Fiddlegorst. Oh, and a double kiss. That could have gone wrong.
Absolutely, considering he didn't want to have any business running into the 12. That's pretty fortunate how the cue ball has come up table. Might have to run his cue ball into the 8 here.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Aya. I'm just looking at that 3-1 cluster. I don't think the 1 goes to the top left. And that's what he did. Slowed the cue ball down with the 8. Good spot.
2 balls, you know, the 1 and the 3 both go into the right middle pocket. Now, he's not got the angle here on the 7, but he can create the angle on the 7 off the 4 here. So drop the 7 in, take one of the 2 balls into the right middle pocket. That will open up the entire table now. Likely to be the 1. Because he's not dead straight here on the 1, he might even play a stun shot here. Yeah, that's keeping his options open.
Well, what a way to jump on Yap's scratch off the break. He'd moved the cue ball to the center rather than the second ball break. That hasn't really been delivering. But scratched, and this is not what he would have wanted. Gorst now regaining that 3-rack advantage. This 6 and 8 needed.
He's looking strong here, Gethin.
Yeah. And if he's just timed it right to get his break working, he's going to ask some very difficult questions of Aloysius Yap. Fiddlegorst extends his lead. 8-5 is the score in this race to 10. And it does look like we have one more result coming in from the last 16 in the men's. FSR, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, is taken Demetrius Lukatos 10-2 and is the 3rd player to make it into the men's quarterfinals. And just to let you know, the quarterfinals for the Seybert Women's 10-ball Open has concluded. We've got it up. And Brittany Bryant from Canada taking on Chihiro Kawahara. Soa, big matchup against Yasmin Ushan. Kelly Fisher takes on Xiaofang Fu of China. And it is Christine Zlateva that picked up the last spot. She will take on Pia Filler. Those matches will be taking place following on from this. About 40 minutes from now. Back to Fedor Gorst with the break. And Aya, he's looking like he's running away with this somewhat now.
Yeah. When we look at the stats, Fedor's won 5 of the last 6 games.
He went back to a second ball break there with no success. And I have to say, if he can get onto this 3 from the 6, there are opportunities for the solids out there. Wants to take the 5 out the way next, by the looks of it. No, he didn't. He's gone straight for the 3.
Will he risk playing for the 7 here?
I don't know. I kind of like him drawing back for that 5. 5's a little bit tricky. You do have the 2 and the 1 to play onto it as well. But it does pass the 2 into the right side pocket. Does have options. It's quite straight on the 5 now, though. Not too sure what he's able to do with the cue ball from this shot. If there's any hint of an angle, he could bump into the green stripe next to it.
Oh, that's fine. He can take the 4 if he wants.
Nicely done. And well, it's not been the prettiest of breaks for either players in this match, but we have been greeted with some world-class top play here, some great pattern play, some beautiful openings and developments of clusters. And Yap still very much in this match, although the scoreline not in his favour. He knows his opponent's also struggling a bit with his break.
Exactly, and that's why you can never count either of these 2 players out if they were, you know, behind, because the break has not been easy for all these top players. It's only actually Carlo Biado who's managed to produce a perfect set in one of his previous matches. Other than that, we've rarely seen 3 break and runs in a row, let alone 4 or 5 packs.
Well, just a little bit of care. Should be natural for shape on this 7. The cue ball coming off the side rail would be nice. He's managed to massage a ball's width. Now looking good. Get shape on this 8 ball.
I wonder if he can send the cue ball in between the 9 and the 10. He might have to run it into the line of the 12 and 11.
Worked out well. He's not going to let Fedor run away with this just yet. This 8 ball to bring the scoreline back to 8-6. And the break. Nice clap from the audience, which is getting a bit busier now. And 5 matches still underway. FSR, Albin Ushan and Victor Zielinski booking their places already in the quarterfinals. The quarterfinals will take place later today at 4 p.m. local time.
And we mustn't forget Anios Yap has won 7 of the last 8 meetings versus Fedor Gorst. And it also includes a match earlier in this same event.
Well, without jinxing it, if there was ever a time for Aloysius to get that break dialed in, this would be it. Is he just off center? Quite possibly, but he's coming back to the power break. He puts a lot of effort in these shots. Lost the cue ball last time.
Oh, that for a break. I tell you what, he's crushed the break, but still he's faced with a challenging rack. Not anything you would put past him, but have a look at this, Gethin. What would you go for? Stripes or solids?
Well, I would like to go stripes, but because of the 6 covering that pocket at the bottom left of the table, it's not immediately obvious how he can find the pattern. This is a very interesting one, and the reason I would want to go stripes is just because of that cluster of 3 solids in the center of the table. Also, it's not exactly the easiest of openers for solids. Well, we could pick the 5 off, perhaps, but go in stripes. Oh, I think he wanted to come a little bit more there and look early to come from the 10 to develop the 12. Hasn't done that.
I don't know, Gethin. He might not have to develop the 12. He could play position on the short side of the 12 to the top left. By the time he gets rid of the 10 ball, that's blocking the pathway for the 12.
Gorst hoping that he gets back to the table in this rack with an opportunity to get to the hill. Aloysius Yap just taking a little bit of extra care and attention here after calling the extension. He's going to be running down towards these balls after this shot. Is he still playing for shape on that 10? He hasn't got it again. He's running out of balls. Does have a look at the 13 if he feels that this is not the time.
Context is everything, isn't it, Getting? He's running out of balls.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to sneak this past the 10. And that will now force him into having to play that 12 all the way up to the top left pocket. And that now is going to be a tricky one to do from the 13. So this might not be a flamboyant shot, but the next one could be.
You'll have to spin this in off 2 rails, maybe even the 3rd, which would be the side rail. Needs to make sure he comes past the 8 ball here. Whatever you do, don't hook yourself behind the 8. Beautiful shot. Absolutely beautiful. Like Jim Carrey would say, beautiful.
Yeah, now just needs to draw it back 3-4 balls worth. And that will be the second break and run for Aloysius Yap. And what a time to do it. To bring him back within 2. And to retain the break. Sorry, to bring it within 1 and retain the break. This match is certainly by no means over. We also, have one more result in through. Booking his place in the quarterfinal, Jason Shaw has taken a very good 10-7 victory over Claudio Cacci. And the only match that's really stuck at the moment, Carlo Biado has brought the scoreline back to 4-4 against Marco Teutscher. That one just starting a little bit later. Now, quick look at the stats. Yeah, Aloysius Yap starting to put the percentages up on the break success. And this is the time to do it. If he can keep Fedor in his chair now, well, good things can come from that, Arya.
Well, we talked about the safety efficiency by Fedor in this match. Well, you can see there, falls drawn, 100% safety efficiency. And the most striking stat there is his break success, 13%, yet he's still in front. But the player overall performance will tell you that both players have been playing to a very high standard indeed, as we expected from them.
Yeah, completely agree. This was the pick of the bunch for me and has not failed to deliver. And I have to say, it's still got that feel, Arya, that there's a bit of drama to come. And it looks like with that, Fedor has just elected to take a break, a small comfort break. And while you're looking at the live statistics, Arya Sarabi and myself, Gethin Davis, will just take a very short break and we'll return with Fedor back to the table for the culmination of this very exciting last 16 matchup. Don't go anywhere. And a very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the culmination of this very exciting last 16 matchup between Fedor Gorst and Aloysius Yap. The story so far, well, real close contest until Fedor brought the scoreline to 4-4, then threatened to run away with it. Yap digging deep, a good break and run, and now finds himself at the table trailing just by one. My name's Gethin Davis. Joining me back in the box, Aya Sorabi. Well, this is getting exciting, Aya.
Yeah, it's exactly what you would expect from these two top players. Yep, finding a bit of success now on the break. He's been pretty unfortunate, in all honesty. Can you see the combination? 2 and 1?
He might be stuck on the 5 in the side pocket. That would be unfortunate. And maybe the 4 is on to the bottom right, so all is not lost if he's successful in getting position off this 5. Played it well, avoided all the traffic and brought it back out into a nice position here. Very friendly for a ball into the side pocket.
Yeah. He's looking at that 3 ball. Obviously, he needs to make a decision. Either he wants to address the 4 ball using the 1, or take care of the 3 first and then head on towards the 4 ball. Because if you take the 1 here and then open up the 4, send your cue ball up table, you can pot the 3 into the same corner pocket. That's now been blocked by the 1.
He's taking the 1 here. Looking to use the 4 to get position on the 3, it would appear.
Just about on this 4.
Yeah. He's going to need to force it a little bit. I don't fancy drawing, unless he's going to draw for it, position to play it in that side pocket. He is.
He's lost his cue ball. He has lost his cue ball there.
He might still take it on, as we just see. Yeah. And Soa. They've been together for a while.
This is a horrible shot, Gethin. Particularly on these side pockets. But not for Aloysius Rapp. That is... Considering he's missed, say, at least 2 balls into the side that were a lot easier than this one. That was a fantastic recovery shot there.
This 8 ball to bring the score back to 8-8, tied up. This is now a short race to 2. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, Aloysius Yap is just starting to blossom at the right minute when it comes to the break. And I did say, if he can keep Gorst in his chair, good things can come. So far, so good. Let's have a quick look out over the other tables. 5 players now have booked their place in the quarterfinals. FSR. Looks like Woo Kun Lin has taken the win against Skylar Woodward 10-2. He's in the quarterfinals, along with Jason Shaw, Albin Ushan, and Victor Zielinski. 3 matches still going. This is one of them. Mario Hay trailing 7-8 to Daniel Maciel. Carlo Biado now in the lead, 5-4 against Marco Teutscher. So the break, the timeout from Gorst didn't do anything. Yap still at the table. Gorst still in his chair. It's just a race to 2 now, Arya.
Yeah, consecutive break and runs, his 3rd overall in the match. I would love to add another 2. Have a look at the spread. He hit it as good as he could have and barely anything moved. That is brutal.
That is. Quite a few stripes have come up onto these left long rails. The bottom of the screen as we're looking. I don't know if that makes it obvious to go solids. I need to survey the rest of the table first. That the 6 covering the pocket will probably help Fedor make his decision here. The combination on 1-6 for his opener.
Yeah, I would say he's favorite to run out here.
Yeah, if he can float the 2 through, I would suggest just get to the left of the 3 so he can play down for the 1 off the 3. And then he just needs to get back up the top of the table for his remaining 3 solids. Good opportunity. Well picked up, Arya. Doesn't want to be straight. Ooh. Just got a little something to work with.
Now, if we would presume that Federer indeed will go on and clear the rack, there is one alarming stat not in his favor. His break success over the course of, well, 17 racks played is only on 13%, and that is a concern.
Yeah. And you know that will be in his mind if and when he gets his opportunity to break. If he gets his opportunity to break. It's looking right now.
Kevin, respectfully, when you look back at this rack alone, Aloysius hit the first ball of the pack flush and as good as you could have hit him, and the rack barely even spread, so it's not like, you know, performing the best technical break will give you your best odds.
Well, natural shape here from the 5 can float up the center of the table, or rather up towards the 9 ball, or elect to take 2 rails. But if Fedor does win this rack, Yap is going to be looking for a mistake off the break. play from Fedor, because this will take him to the hill and will give him the break for the match. Fedor Gorst, being patient, had to sit in his chair and watch Aloysius Yap come back with 2 break and runs, and has delivered and gets to the hill first in this race to 10. And you have to say now Aya finds himself in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I do wonder from where he'll break now. As you can see there, 13% break success. I wonder if he's going to break second ball. Or is he thinking to himself, I'm going all in on this?
Well, your guess will be as good as mine. I'm sure our viewers have a thought about it as well. I kind of prefer now, at this stage, I prefer the second ball break. And if it doesn't work, then there may be an opportunity to get back to the table with clusters arising. But only one man knows the answer to that question, Aya, and that's the man in question there, Fedor Gorst. This has been, so far, one of the most tightly fought and entertaining contests so far. Real top world-class play from these 2 top world-class players. Now Fedor Gorst.
There's your answer. Going for it. I like that. He's backing himself. Going all in.
Ouch.
Boy, oh boy.
Ouch. Ouch. He hit them again good. Just lost the cue ball. Scratch. Ball in hand for Yap. He will be looking to not let Fedor back to the table in this one. Stripes look nice. Solids don't look too bad either. Everything has a pocket, Aya.
Absolutely. Pressure is on though, get in. Now you would think if he is playing the stripes, take the 15 into the side and build your cue ball in areas where you leave yourself options. That seems to be the play.
Yeah, I agree. I kind of even don't mind taking the 11 and the 9 out now and just dealing with the 3 that he finds on the left-hand side of the table, but he's got options. Yeah, may now look to use that 9 as his key ball. So 6, then his choice, 12 or 10. This could be the hill that this match thoroughly deserves.
I don't think Fedor will agree with you there, get in.
Well, I'm sure if it was someone else at the table and he was watching, he would agree, but no. Correct. Gorst would rather be at the table here, looking at this pattern ahead, but it's not, and it's Aloysius Yap with a chance to take us to a hill decider. And
well,
I tell you what, with the break, you would say it's advantage Yap.
Absolutely. If we look at Aloysius Yap, his breaking success, 56%, which is respectable. And I tell you what, Gethin, that dry break could have been his last shot in the match for Fedor. Remains to be seen, of course. But it's not without the realms of the possibilities.
Yeah, I'm sure Fedor wouldn't want his lasting memory of St. Louis to be a scratch break. But there is that distinct possibility. We have gone to a 9-9 hill situation. Aloysius Yap will get the break and has been having the better of the breaks, as the live statistics have shown. And well, as much as it would indicate that Yap's favourite Aya, it's still not over yet, sir.
No, but when you look at the stats, pretty much everything is in favor of Aloysius Yap. Break success, first shot after the break, have a look at that. That's 72%. That is huge. His overall performance is a bit higher. Table time is higher. Everything is in his favor. And importantly, he's pocketed 14 balls more than his opponent.
So, Aloysius Yap to break in this final and deciding rack for a place in the quarterfinals. Ooh, a little twitch of the head, but more importantly, he's back at the table. A little grin from Fedor. This was what he didn't want to see, was Yap back at the table. Let's have a look at the options he's got. What are you thinking, Aya, immediately off the bat?
Oh. Yeah, I think I would go for the stripes as well. What is he looking at? 15? Does that go past the 7? No, he's taking it into the side. Oh, what a good shot. What a good shot that is. Can I see the cue ball? I thought for a second he might have landed on the 9. I'm sure it was something he was trying to play position for. I'd rather be shooting pool.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, he makes it and has looked to get straight back on the 9. Looks like he's done it.
Awesome positional shot there.
Yeah, this is top stuff from both players, but at this stage of the match as well, really, this is impressive. Just had a little look. That was Robbie Capito. He was sat there with Sosoa. It looks like Sosoa is playing on this table next in the women's Seyberts Temple Open quarterfinal. She matches up against Yasmin Ushan. That will be an absolute thriller, and that will come after this match is completed. But let's bring you back to this 9 ball. And this could be the crucial shot of the rack for Yap. Taking the 11. Looks very straight on it as well, which will help.
Aloysius Yap, like I said earlier on in the program, has beaten Fedor Gorst 7 times in their last 8 meetings, and in this event, in the winners qualification, he also managed to beat him 8-5. He's got a great chance here to beat him, to book his place in the quarterfinal. And that cue ball has come far enough, and well, unless something drastically odd happens, he will be going through to the quarterfinal. And what a performance it's been. And I said it, that dry break could have been his last shot, and that's the brutality of the sport. It is proven to be. What a great match we had getting. It's been an honor.
Absolutely, Aya. This has been one of the matches of this World Championship so far. And Aloysius Yap with the shake of the hands with Fedor Gorst. He will pick up a match against the winner of Mario Hay and Daniel Maciel, which is currently at 9-8 in favor of Daniel Maciel. Following up from this match, we will move into the quarterfinals of the Seyberts Women's 10-Ball Open, a matchup between So Soa and Yasmin Ushan. And that will be taking place very shortly, so please don't go anywhere. A big thank you all to joining us as Yap just pleases the fans with a few high fives. My name's Gethin Davis, my colleague Aya Sarabi. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much, sir. And we will be back very shortly with more action, this time the Seyberts Women's 10-Ball Open quarterfinals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly. Thanks for watching.
And if you're curious who is still in and who is not, just go to ProBilliardSeries.com. Again, ProBilliardSeries.com. As we stand right now, we have 8 women and 8 men left on both sides. But again, before we start this evening, we'll be down to just 4 in both the women's and the men's. The excitement is set for tomorrow. We're going to be awarding over $500,000 in prize money. So it's going to get exciting here, and so glad to see everybody here in St. Louis. We are just moments away from opening break. Just a heads up, we have Christina Zlateva and Pia Filler on table 4. On table 3, it's the Bombshell, Brittany Bryant and Shihiro Kawahara. On arena 2 will be So Soa and Jasmine Ocean. And in arena 1, Zhao Fang Fu and Kelly Fisher. That's your final 8. And we'll get things kicked off here in just a minute.
biggest win of her career.
Women's Open champion.
See the pool at its absolute highest level, right outside underneath the iconic St. Louis Arch. It's a beautiful day, but inside the Hyatt Regency, all the excitement is absolutely building because over the next 24 hours, we are going to be crowning multiple champions and awarding over $500,000. If you're anywhere in the St. Louis area, you don't want to miss it. Coming up later on today, we are going to have our men's 8-ball world championship, and we'll have it decided who's going to be into the final four and then possible to move into tomorrow's championship. Then tonight at 7 o'clock, this arena is going to be rocking. It is the finals and the championship of the Poison mixed doubles. We have Zielinski and Soa taking on Bergman and Fu. It's going to be awesome. But right now, the tension is very high and the stakes are high because the winners of this next match are moving into the final four of our Seyberts Women's Open. And it's time to meet the quarterfinalists now, starting with table number 4 from Sofia, Bulgaria. It's the Slayer, Kristina Zlativa, and her opponent from Bonn Hanif, Germany, the Killer, Pia Filler. And in table number 3 from Guelph, Ontario, it's the Bombshell, Brittany Bryant. Her opponent from Osaka, Japan, Chihiro Kawahara. Let's move over to arena number 2. It is from Seoul, South Korea, Soa, and her opponent from Klagenfurt, Austria, Jasmine Ocean. And back here in Arena 1 from Yorkshire, Great Britain, it's Quickfire, Kelly Fisher. And her opponent from Shanghai, China, Zhaofeng Fu. It's a race to 4, best of 3 sets, and sending it to the guys in the Predator commentary booth. Take it away.
Welcome back, everyone. As the action continues here on table 2, the match we will be following is Seo Seoa versus Jasmine Ushan, and in with myself in the commentary booth, Ben Francis. Ben, nice to have you with us. We just witnessed that titanic battle between Aloysius Yap versus Fedor Gorst on the same table. It's back to the Women's Open. Best of 3 sets. Race to 4. There is a putting chance here for Jasmine Ushan, but it is very thin over the distance. I wonder if she can play shape on the 2-ball here. Yeah, she's tried to graze the 2-ball there, but failed to make contact with the 2, and I do wonder if she's got a putt on here. If not, it'll have to be a safety once again. That 3 and a 4 doesn't look like a combination. It's a bit pacey. Oh, can't see the cue ball. Well, actually, she might have just hooked her. No, she can get to the putting angle here. As you can see, that 3 and a 4 is not a combination. And with this angle, that cue ball is running away from them. Now, perhaps that 3-ball does putt into the top right, where she's taking on the 2-ball. No, overcut it. Now, obviously, if that 3-ball goes into the top right, you would presume it would also go into the bottom right. And if it does, it makes playing position on a 3-ball from this angle a lot easier.
Well, sorry for joining you late here, Arya. All technical difficulties.
It's all fine. Good to have you with us, Ben.
Looks like I didn't miss too much anyway.
No, just 2 balls putted, so.
Which is good because I don't want to miss a minute of this match. Looks like a good safety to me. One rail across, try to hit half of this, get a little separation. Drive by.
It's the number 1 on the WPA women's ranking. Jasmine Ushan taking on Seo Sewa, number 5 on the world ranking.
It's the world 8-ball champ versus the world 9-ball champ, right?
Correct.
Quite the matchup. Looking for a spot in tomorrow's semi-final. Plenty of prize money up for grabs, 27,000 to the winner of this event. Three other really great matchups going on around the arena. You'll hear the beeps from the shot clock on table 1, which is right next to this one. You can catch all 4 of these quarterfinal matchups for free on Pro Billiard TV on YouTube, thanks to Predator and the Pro Billiard series, all those great sponsors you see along the arena boards and on the posters. Free to watch in person and online. And I think we'll see a crowd forming a little later on tonight when we get the final of the mixed doubles with the hometown favorite, Justin Bergman, and his partner, Fu, who has become maybe more favored than Justin now. They love her out there.
I was just looking at the stats. These ladies have played each other twice. The head-to-head is 1 apiece.
Only twice, I would have thought many more times, but I suppose so quite young still. She gets the first game on the board. Race to 4 best of 3 sets. We saw a little earlier this week, last week I should say now, Jasmine taking the Athlete of the Year award, which they brought back for the first time in a few years here. WPA Athlete of the Year. Well deserved.
Absolutely.
Winner breaks here, so what a break. Rack number 2.
Who's your favorite for the entire event?
Well, I'm glad you asked, because for the first time in quite a while, or at all that I can remember, Brittany Bryant from Canada is making a statement at this event. She's fought her way into the final 8, and I gotta root for her. But easy to pick some of these big names like Pia Filler, number 1 in the world currently. Or Kelly Fisher, always dangerous, but this lady at the table here, Athlete of the Year from last year. She won herself a whole bunch of titles, current world 8-ball champion, and she is going to be a handful for everyone in the field. Who do you like, Arya?
I like the winner of this match to go all the way.
I love that prediction, yeah. And just looking at the draw, you would say they're in a more favorable half of it. Winner of this will play the winner of Brittany Bryant and Chihiro Kawahara, which you'd have to think is a little more favorable than playing the ladies in the bottom half. But all 8 of these players left. Very formidable. All have played really well to make it this far.
You know, Ben, we've seen this over the course of these last few days. The breaking format has really been a challenge for all these top players. As the MC has announced on numerous occasions, this is the highest Fargo rating tournament of the year, yet all these top players are struggling with the break.
I quite like that. I think it just adds a nice element to the game where we get to see a little more moving rather than just the break and run out over and over again. In the 10 ball, at least. Carlo showed us something else in the 8 ball yesterday. Figured out the break and ran out the set, going to 8. It's impressive.
Yeah, that is quite the achievement. Sadly, it wasn't on one of the stream tables.
It was, Arya. It was on table 4.
When I say stream tables, I mean the two ones with commentary. But
yeah, we didn't get to talk about it, but at least we can watch it a little bit. But it is not quite as interesting to watch without some good commentary like we're lucky to have here with everybody I've worked with. It's been fantastic. A little miss from Jasmine there. First big mistake. Trying to get short side on the 4, which she did. Failed to pot the 3 and left it on here.
might have to be the bank shot here, unless she wants to play safe. There is a good target behind the 8 ball if she is considering to play safe, but she's called the bank.
I kind of like this one with double speed, so it goes maybe behind the 9-10 if missed. Yeah, she's overhit it a little, but you could see the line it was going on over there. Nothing easy here though, off the rail.
Yeah, there's good news and there's bad news. The good news is this is not an easy shot. The bad news is if Jasmine does make the 4 ball, she would always have a shot on the 5.
Yeah, she could put most of her focus into just trying to get this 4 ball down. She's caught it real thick. Easy to do with the cue ball frozen on the rail like that. She gets real effortless power out of a small stroke. Makes the game look really easy sometimes. And I think she's really at the top of her game lately. We saw it last night in the shootout. She was real clutch, making the final shot to get them over the line and into the final. And this is match number 1 of 2 that she's going to be in the arena for this afternoon and this evening. And some big prize money up for grabs in that doubles. 40,000 to the winners, 20,000 to the losers. So they're going to play for 20,000 difference in prize money.
That's almost the same that we are getting.
Almost. Oh, this is sweet. What a great stroke to punch that one forward with the stun follow. 10 ball for 2-0 already. She's looking good out there. Jasmine's got her hands full.
Yeah, absolutely. She's a streaky player, isn't he? Once she gets on a roll, she's very difficult to stop.
Yeah, and I think the same could be said for all 8 of these players in the quarterfinal. All very tough to stop once they get going. As we see on table 1 here. Fisher versus Fu. I think Fu's having the time of her life out there this week. She was ear to ear grin last night after that win in the doubles. High five in the crowd. They're chanting her name.
Yeah, we've really had very good attendance over the course of these past few days, and that's always lovely to see. It really adds to the atmosphere and, you know, the overall level of play as well. When you have, you know, as many people out there watching, every little shot, every little run for the win becomes so much more intense, as opposed to nobody's watching. Of course, we do have our viewers on the stream, but they don't feel that pressure the same as if you have people sitting there in the front row.
And this is 2 events in a row with a giant crowd. I played in the Las Vegas event a couple of months ago, and the crowd was crazy the whole time. It was standing room only. Couldn't get anywhere near the TV table to watch any finals. It was packed, and the atmosphere was incredible to play in. Every match had 300, 400, 500 people gathered around watching it. So another mistake from Jasmine, worrying times early in this match. She missed the 1 and laid it up over the hole. Bit of a tricky shot here, though. She might need to just take some distance on the 4, unless she can pinch this one back. Very good. You see how she used the whole pocket there. If she overcut that ball even a little bit, she was going to be behind the 6 or over top of the 6. Something funny.
She's not landed perfect though on the 5 now. Slightly overhit that previous shot.
Yeah, and it's caused this position on the 6, so maybe a safety now. She can try to put the 6 on the top rail. Use the 7 for cover, or maybe try to get the cue ball a little further down table underneath the 10.
Yeah, I like the shot you've just mentioned there.
If she's really feeling it, she'll cut it in. She's eyeballing cutting it in, are you? Wow. What a shot she's played there.
That is a gorgeous shot. That is a player in form. You don't go for shots like that unless you're really confident with your game.
I'm terrified of that shot. I would have played safe 99 times out of 100 there. But that showed her confidence level, and maybe she's decided that she wants to play this match on the aggressive side. She sure looks like it, by the way. She's pumping in these balls.
Yeah, just like that, she's on the hill.
And
for the
wasting
first
no
set.
time. Do you think she got a big confidence boost out of that doubles win last night, coming in the clutch with the shootout shots.
Without question. When you produce the goods under pressure is when you really know your game is steady and you can withstand anything that comes your way. And also, with the same token, if it's the other way around, when your game crumbles under pressure, you basically realize when the going gets tough, you need a lot of help, and that's never a good position to be in.
Yeah, that's well said. I think you always tend to learn something about yourself, and as spectators, we get to learn something about these players, see what they're made of, right?
Yeah, I think it was actually you and me commentating on a previous match, and I said this, and I stand by it. I find this one of the most inspiring quotes, and it comes out of the book Atomic Habits, where it states, "Nobody rises to the occasion. We always fall back to our highest form of preparation."
Such a good quote. So very true. You know, these players dedicate their whole lives to perfecting this game, trying to perfect it, and they practice countless hours every week. They're in the gym, they're eating good. So under the big pressure, they can fall back on all those countless hours of practice and preparation.
Yeah, that's perfectly said there, Ben. I fully agree.
Look at this.
Over
You
the
think
years,
she's feeling it.
yeah, she's brimming with confidence. Over the years, we've had players, and I'm sure you might know a few yourself, that are always inside the pool room, which is fine. That is also putting the hours in, but you know, at the highest level, you're looking for every little single detail that could give you the edge. Like you said, your diet, your fitness, maybe even, you know, going to a mental coach. It's not uncommon anymore these days. Used to be maybe a couple of decades ago.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And you think about other sports, like I always try to use tennis as an example. They have a nutrition coach, a physical coach, a mental coach. They have coaches. Pool, we don't typically have coaches, but I think starting to develop more and more. And look at this, unbelievable shooting. In no time at all, she takes the first set 4-0.
Quick little timeout. We'll have 5 minutes before the ladies return and resume the match. Ben and I will take a short break, and we will see you back on the other side of the break.
we're back with Jasmine to break the first rack of set 2 here. She'll need something drastically different to happen. That little timeout might have helped a bit to slow down her opponent. But she needs a ball in the break here. Keep her off the table. Well, how about the cue ball almost off the table? Rides the rail a bit. She's got a ball down. A look at the 2, but nothing easy here, are ya?
No, exactly. And if she wants to... And I think it's been such a match where she needs to put her foot on the gas here, try and attack, take the 2 into the side. She doesn't have to go for this, of course. She has other options available to her, but I don't think she'll outsmart her opponent, considering how well she's been playing up to this point.
Yeah, she probably has to make it happen herself, but she is looking at a safety right away. Sometimes this can be handy to try to slow down your opponent a little bit. She's just running around the table, one stroking balls in. Maybe put her in jail a couple of times and force a foul or 2. But yeah, she's in dead punch, so wouldn't be surprised to see her come off 2 rails, hit the correct side of this 2. She's feeling it out there. Well, seems like a long way away to jump. But the players are so good now with this air rush. You can see she hit it really good. The 2 is not going to dress up. She can see it, but I don't think it passes the 6. And even if it does pass the 6, you can see her looking at, is the cue ball rubbing the 7 and maybe ending up behind the 5, 8, 10.
Have a look at that stat then, Ben. Over the match, Jasmine Ushan has only pocketed 5 balls to the total of 37 of Seo. If you've just joined us, that's been the story of the match so far. Total wipeout by Seo.
Yeah, I can only remember one big mistake from Jasmine and then a missed 1 ball that I didn't think was a huge mistake, but she got fully punished for everything there. And sometimes it's just not your day. It's not going your way, and the pool gods just won't help you out. As you can see here, she just nudges the 7 right in the way of the 3. Now she's got a rail first. Or sprints for the jump cue. Got to be an athlete too, right?
Exactly. She didn't have a timeout available to her, and she didn't get lucky. Yeah, you're right, Ben. You might be onto something here. It could be just not her day.
Well, and the way that doubles match went last night, you'd almost think maybe it's just Soa's day as well, so it's double trouble. But
whoa. Oh. I tell you what. Now this is a bold statement. I think if it was Jasmine playing the same shot, she would have been hooked behind the 6.
I absolutely agree. This was the perfect example of what we were just discussing. Would have been easy to end up behind the 6, although, how's that for a kiss?
Hold up. Now, if Jasmine fails to put the rack on the board here, then we can pretty much agree that she has no chance in this match anymore. Kind of feels like then she's checked out. This is the type of chance that is bread and butter to her.
Yeah, and she's come up short on the first shot. Struggling a bit out there. Confidence shooken. That's a good recovery shot. Not out of the woods yet, though. Maybe one more good shot. Maybe two, if she's going to leave herself far away from the 9. Looking good to get the first rack on the board here in this match, and we see these turn around all the time in this sets format. Never really out of it till they make the last ball. I wouldn't put it by her just maybe winning this set 4-0 and turn it around. Some other scores around the room. 2-1 Brittany Bryant in set number 1. 2-1 Kelly Fisher and 2-1 Pia Filler. All 3 of those other matches are streamed. Table 1, 3, and 4 free on Pro Billiard TV on YouTube. We will have a men's quarterfinal matchup coming shortly after this, scheduled for 4 p.m. Central Time. And still waiting one more player in that quarterfinal. Carlo Beato leading 9-7 over Marco Teuscher. The last player looking to get into the quarterfinal. Meanwhile, the break struggles continue. It looks pretty wide open here, Arya. What do you think? Maybe just the 1 to the 2.
Yeah, exactly. Now, yeah, she's looking to play position on it, which is doable from this, but you could also argue, take your chances and try and develop it.
Yeah, I like trying to draw into it and bump it like this. What a great shot.
Can she make the combination?
You know, I think if she could, she would, because she's seemed to play this match pretty aggressive already, but you can see her just trying to figure out if it'll pass the 9. I'm not sure it will. So maybe just duck underneath the 9.
Yeah, or she could even play a safety behind the 3 ball with the cue ball. No, kept it simple, and that seems to be okay.
Yeah, I think the 7 is cutting off some of the angles from the bottom rail, but can maybe just sneak around it. The other rail is available. The other short rail, but it's a lot more distance and maybe have to spin it a little bit that way. So I like this way. Nothing super easy, but we've seen her just striping these in the last set. And if she can get this 2 ball down, the rest look pretty easy over pockets.
not the fact that she's constantly putting everything she takes on. 99% of the shots are absolutely right in the middle of the pocket as well.
Yeah, and very good control of the cue ball. As you can see, from the 2 to the 3, and we'll see it here on the 4 to the 5 off 2 rails. How's the speed?
Doesn't want that tempo to interfere. No, that's fine. If she wants to keep it simple, she can roll it in and take the 6 to the side. But most of these players are pretty reluctant to take these balls into the side.
Yeah, unless the next ball was close by. But it looks like that's the plan. I don't think she's worried about any of the shots right now. She's feeling it out there. Everything looks easy. Pockets look big to her.
Yeah, and one thing that does look very good on her part is she's not accelerating either. That is a sign of a player in the tunnel vision focus. Pretty much. Ooh, as I've just said that, arguably missed the easiest part of the entire match by her.
Well, and if we could watch her stroke again, you'd see how fast it was there. It wasn't her usual smooth technique. She looked really quick there.
This is an unexpected gift. And for such a decorated champion like Yasmin, this could really change the momentum in the match.
Yeah, she won't be letting this opportunity slip away. And 2-0 in the second set. It's absolutely looking like perfect turnaround after the timeout. We mentioned the physical and the mental side of the game. I think got to see a little bit of the physical there. There's a million awkward positions in pool where you got to stretch and put a leg on the table, and maybe a little yoga doesn't hurt nowadays.
Yeah, you don't want to be stiff. I don't think bodybuilding and cue sports is a good combination. There's nothing wrong in being fit, but you want to be a little bit loose at the same time.
No way,
my
she just
God.
missed that. I think the scratch had to be on. That's why she elevated the back end of the cue, but I thought she might just roll it in.
And still, Ben, correct me if I'm too harsh now, that is still no reason to miss a shot like that.
No correction needed. You're absolutely right, especially a player of her caliber. Let's see, can she punish her with the bank? It looks close. Wow. That'll hurt. So I like that you brought up the bodybuilding aspect. I don't know if you follow basketball too much, but it used to be a big thing in basketball. They used to think you had to be not too fit, and you didn't want the muscles too tight, and a lot of players were built like not that muscular. And now we look at the game, and all-time leading scorer is maybe the most fit of any player in the history of the game, LeBron James.
Yeah, I heard.
Nothing wrong with his shot.
No, I read an article. He spends over $3 million per year on his health. So that includes everything, you know, trainers, dietists, chefs, whatever.
Well, that's an incredible number. That shows you how important it is. Even for somebody like him who's, you know, maybe not needing to do that anymore. I'm sure he's won everything twice and holds just about all the records he could. She snuck a ball in on that break. Looked like she was coming up dry, and a ball just snuck in that top right. And look at this. Wow. How does she squeeze through that window?
Well, that's the case. When you're playing well, you always tend to get the good rubs. And when it's tough out there, you always end up on the wrong side of these shots where you need a little bit of luck as well.
Yeah, that's so true. Is the more you practice and the better you're playing, the luckier you'll get. Because I don't think she was trying to get the cue ball through that gap for a position on the 2. Yeah, and again, just another slightly favorable bump there, trying to come around the 5. Has kissed it straight into the other pocket. But she's looking ever so smooth out there. Really only that one mistake. She still won the game. And won it in style with the long bank. Not quite getting all the way there.
Little short. I wonder if she's going to deliberately play into the 10 ball or try to avoid it going high in the cue ball. So she's trying to use the 10 ball to play shape on it.
Yeah, and she's
Nicely
cheated the
played.
9 ball into the correct side of the pocket to hold it as about as good as she could. This is still a bit of a tester, though. Not for her. That's a hanger. 2-1 leading now in this second set, and we'll see how big that missed 10 ball turns out to be from Jasmine. I think might have been the beginning of the end. Fu up 3-2 over Kelly Fisher over there. Pia Filler leading 3-2 over Christina Zlateva. And Brittany Bryant leading 3-2 over Kawahara. All in the first set still. This match has been going at light speed. And it's been also, you can see by the number of balls pocketed, this young lady from Korea came to play today. And she's been absolutely ripping the break. And watch this one ball fall in. Shot on the 2. What a break.
Yeah, you called it at the end of the previous rack. This could be the beginning of the end, and it always had that look about it, didn't it? This young lady at the table is a serious contender.
Yeah,
And if she can
I'm
keep
really
this level
loving-
up,
I'm really loving your pick for the winner of this match to get at least to the final. I mean, she's looking real good out there. Can't see anybody beating her if she plays like this.
No, let's not forget she's doing this to Yasmin Ushan, not your average pool hall player. She's playing to the athlete of the year, like you said at the beginning of the program.
Yeah, she's not just playing you or I, Arya. She's playing one of the best ever. Is this going to get there? Maybe just thin one, but I think she can handle it. Wow, how easy did she make that look to hold the cue ball too? That was really tough. She rolled it in there like it was hanging over the pocket. Well, I think Fu and Bergman are going to have their hands full in that doubles match tonight if she plays like this too.
Yeah. $40,000 up for grabs for the winner of that mixed double event. Oh
Wow.
no. Wow.
Did Jasmine ever need this? I think from down 3-1, there was almost no coming back, but at 2-2 and breaking, very much still in this.
Cameraman trying to see if we get any sort of reaction. Normally, the Asian players, they are very, very good at that.
Yeah, she gave him nothing there, right?
Yeah. Be interesting to see how that miss is going to play a part in this match, because it felt like if, you know, she went on to clear the rack, which we expected from her, that would have been the knockout blow, but 2-2 in a race to 4, it's anybody's.
Yeah, and I'd
And
be
let's make
interested
no-
to see if she slows down just a little bit.
Yeah, I was about to say, let's make no secret about this. Jasmine can do anything. She's just withstood back to her opponent. So if she can get on a roll, don't be surprised if she comes away as the winner of the match.
Yeah, it feels like it's far from over now. Looking for the one ball on the side with the purple BK rush. It gets kissed, but something gets kissed in, and the one is completely blocked. 2 balls in jail, too. Definite push out. I think she could let her see some of this one ball, knowing that there's nothing happening on the 2. Just leave her the left side of it and challenge her to a good safety. But I think if she pins that cue ball on the end rail, she's going to get it back. We'll see if Soa gives this one back. I don't think so. There's a little room there to sort of control the spin on the cue ball.
I haven't seen her call anything, but she did came around to have a look at the putting angle there.
Yeah, I think it was mostly about the cue ball here. but she figured if she cut it in, she was going to be able to see the 2 ball and find some kind of safety on the 2. Always knowing she was going to leave it a mile away like this. Intentionally overcut, and a similar attempted safety from Jasmine's leaked out.
It's a good shot.
It's very smart. High percentage safety she played there. Lots of balls to block.
And it
Kick
doesn't
safety
look like
needed.
she can come off, off the side rail. So, like you said, kick safety off the bottom rail.
Yeah, and maybe even a little spin needed here. Get the angle going. You can see lots of right spin. She's hit it not so bad. As mentioned before, you can leave a bit of a shot on the 1 knowing there's nothing on the 2. So she refuses the shot on the 1, knowing no way to get anything on the 2, and she's left a nightmarish one for Jasmine, elevated over this 8 ball. We've got a result from the first set. In the other 3 matches, Brittany Bryant taking the first set. Fu with the win over there on table 1 over Miss Fisher in set 1, and Pia Filler wins the first set in her match.
How about that for a shot there?
Maybe one of the best ones I've seen all day. That was sweet. Jacked up over the 8 like that. Super tough. A bare ball safety. She got the speed perfect. Wow, this is quality too. Look at the speed control here behind the 9.
Yeah, that was a very, very good return.
These elite players are so good at coming off of 2 rails with exact perfect speed control over and over again. See it time and time again. Hitting the ball exactly full with perfect speed. You can see the edge of this one, but nothing easy on the safety here. So I think, yeah, maybe kicking at it.
Couldn't exactly hear what she called into the side pocket, but she did call something into the side. I can only presume it's the 7 ball.
The 9 just gets to the rail, but that's where the good news stops because she's left her angle on the 1 to send the cue ball into the 4 and try to develop this 2 ball. It's not easy, but I do think she will risk trying to open them up, and if she doesn't get anything on the 2, she can play a safety. Well,
And she's called a bank shot. So, is she playing a 2-way shot here?
yeah, maybe just trying to send the 1 ball around off a few rails. like this. Doesn't want it to go on the side, though. Anywhere but the side pocket was going to be safe, as long as it didn't catch the far jaw and come back down here.
Jasmine's called that 2-5 combination. She's favorite to make it, but can she control the 2-ball?
Maybe just enough to have the pot on into the same pocket, but this is really difficult.
Yeah, might have to nestle up her cue ball behind the 7.
Yeah, I kind of like that rather than taking on the shot. Just seems so low percentage, and it's such an important game for her. It's a good find by her and you.
This is not an easy hit though, Ben. That 8-ball is a huge blocker in her way. Needs to spin this. Makes it a lot harder to judge.
And with extra speed, I think it was harder. She couldn't just roll into it, lay it up over the top right corner. She had to try to do something with it. Try to get some separation. When you add that much speed into that kind of kick with siding, it's difficult to judge.
Good safety by Jasmine there. She's forced a mistake, and now can she capitalize? She should. Dare I say, needs to do that if she wants to extend this match.
A little 50-yard line-ish on this 3-ball here.
Absolutely. Trying to cut it into the bottom left. But yeah, it's the easiest way to control the cue ball. It's a little bit harder, but if you make it like that, you'll always land on the 4-ball. Nicely recovered.
Important to land precisely on this 8-ball next in order to get back up there for the 9. So you see her take a second there. Just going to double check. Has it landed just a touch funny where the side pocket is in play?
Yeah, I was about to say, when you mentioned important to land nice on the 8-ball, you can clearly tell that you play the game, because if you're pretty new, you think to yourself, oh, this can't go wrong. Well, let me tell you, if you leave yourself awkward on the 8, all of a sudden you have to come up with a big stroke. But she's managed nicely there. Could have gone wrong.
Yeah, she did not land perfect on that 8, but she's made another nice recovery shot. This can go a long way to not only helping her over the line here in set number 2, but confidence building going into set 3. Just gets enough out of this one. Look like she might stop in between the side and the corner.
I'm sure she's a bit disappointed with that cue ball. This should have been a lot easier than this. Still make a favorite to make it, but it's just hard work out there. And it goes. Takes the lead for the first time in the match. That's, of course, only in the second set.
I think she won the first game in this set as well, but certainly quite the turnaround after just getting absolutely run over in the first set. You can see the match stats here. Number of balls pocketed, quite the difference. Makes sense, being the game score 6-3. The 3 extra missed shots kind of add up for the 3 games and the difference in the score. So they're having a pretty good match here. Jasmine with a chance to force a third set. She could use a look at the lowest numbered ball here. Well, she's got a ball down and a shot on the 1. Might be the best worst rack I've seen yet. The balls didn't really move too much.
No, she's landed perfect on the 1. It's pretty easy to play position on the 2. Now, 4 to the 5 is the biggest challenge, you would have thought.
Well, and a big question mark there. What do you do with the 5? No easy way to move it. Of course, it has an available pocket in the top right, but dropping underneath it like that from the 4, not easy. Doesn't look like the 5-8 combo's that playable. What do you think, Arya, from there?
Well, I think you could consider to bank it into the top left and play a 2-way shot, safety in mind.
What about this shot? What about shoot the 3 and kiss the 7?
Yeah,
out of the way.
That's the right shot from here, but the only thing with that is you want to play that kiss on the 7 pretty firm. Otherwise, you might just hook yourself on the 4.
Yeah, you got to get that cue ball traveling up table. She went into the 5. That really surprises me because that can go wrong a million ways. It's turned out not horrible. She can see this 4 ball and maybe play a good safety, or she's feeling up for it. Just cut it in the top left.
I like you went about that. Not horrible.
It's not good, right?
She can play an easy hook though behind it. 5 ball, yeah, that's the right shot. That is the right shot.
Stop it right there. Highest percentage shot for sure. And she'll call it just in case. But
yeah, she did. And I'm just wondering, does that 5 ball go past the 9 into the same corner pocket? No, so she's gone for the...
that little flick of the 9 just about took it in. It's a good shot, but you don't want to leave it that close to the pocket. I'm surprised she didn't just play the safety. You really can't put it past Soa kicking this ball in somehow. Lots of right spin off the end rail.
Don't really like this shot.
I think it needed either softer with the spin or almost a masse to get there. Is that what you saw too?
Well, no, I mean, I felt like on the, that shot choice had only 2 outcomes. Either you make it or you give ball in hand.
Well, what a chance to turn this match around, bring us to a third set. Which is exactly what I expected out of these two. I was quite surprised to see the way the first set went. I thought this would be nice and close, and it looks like it's going to be just that. She's kept a really nice angle on the 7 ball. Slide between the 10 and the 9.
And she can play this with a touch of inside spin.
Well, and maybe even come across the top side of the 10 if she doesn't like touching it with the inside. Oh, a little thick there. I thought for a second she might have missed it.
Yeah, it seems like we're going into a deciding set. And like you said, Ben, the way Seo started the match, it all looked like one-way traffic, but that's not the case anymore.
Straight in the side, take us to a deciding set. Keep in mind, if they go 3-3 in that decider, we'll have a shootout. We've seen plenty of them this week. We'll see the ladies take a timeout, so Ari and I will as well. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. Don't go far, everyone. We are back with the opening break of set 3. Epic match they're having here. Listening to Ben Francis on the mic alongside Arya Sarabi. What do you think about this break shot?
Yeah. Not good, not favorable. If you've just joined us, the story of this match so far, Seo started out of the gate flying, took that first set 4-0, played Wipeout, Pool into the second set. It looked like she was going to carry on where she left off. A couple of mistakes crept in, a couple of unforeseen mistakes, I should say. In stepped Yasmin Ushan, and she re-established herself in the match. And that's why we've come to this final set, race to 4. If it goes to 3-all, we will have a shootout, and don't know about you, Ben, it is one of the most exciting things to see.
Yeah, couldn't get more exciting than that shootout. We've seen a couple. We had a super exciting one last night in the doubles. Could see the push out from Jasmine. I wasn't in love with it. I know she tied up the 3 and tried to buy herself another chance, but she was always going to be in jail here. And so was developed the 3 as well. It's a super safety. Definitely always at a disadvantage, the one playing the push, so you can't totally falter there. Not a million options. This is pretty good. She'll take that from where she was.
Well, you say that, Ben, but I think that nudge on the 3-ball has actually made this into a possible chance for Seo.
Yeah,
one ball didn't hit the
angle.
3.
She come far enough. Looks to be just okay. Playing this in the corner, missing the scratch in the side, coming across for the 3 in the same pocket. But yeah, you're right. I think if that 1 didn't kiss the 3, it wasn't going to be that available. But that little kiss of the 3 sent it closer to the pocket. She made a good shot there.
Going from side to side. The harder you hit these, the closer that cue ball will go to the middle pocket. But let's not forget, you still need to make the shot.
Oh, it's the same pocket she rattled the 8-ball in the last set in a key game. I think it was to go up 3-1 in that set. If my memory serves me correct, it was a big shot.
What could be the reason behind these unexpected mistakes, you think?
Yeah, the 8-ball, I'm not really sure. This one, I think just that touch of side spin and taking my eye off the object ball a little bit. Thinking about the cue ball bouncing over. Easy to miss that ball like that, I think. But a chance for Jasmine to carry on the momentum from the last set. One good shot away here, I feel. Well, she'd rather not be straight, but that's exactly where she's going to be. 6-ball doesn't go in the side with the 7 there, so only able to play this to the top left next, I think. tough situation here.
Exactly. Like you said, it's either the top left. Look, the 5 looks frozen. The cue ball is not, so she could play a drawback. Maybe that cue ball will come off the side rail just a touch, which would be fine for the 6 into the same corner pocket. But yeah, she's elected to play that shot. You know, I think on the last roll, it actually went towards the rail, which is funny.
Yeah, touch unlucky there that it turned over just a little bit. Some tracks in the cloth down the rail usually from the ball going down there lots. I think she's still okay though. The shot she played on the 5 was really nice. But she's made an absolute disaster of that one. Missed it by a long way.
Yeah, I think the shot clock really came into play there. Had to
Absolutely
rush the
right.
shot, which was a very difficult shot on its own already.
Yeah, shot clock management is a very tricky thing. She's one of the better players at it, but it got to her that time. I think she needed to be down on that ball before those beeps started going off. She needed a couple solid practice strokes there to dial it in. Real tough shot. We can see Soa's game is completely changed from the first set. Shot like that, she lets the clock run down to about 5 seconds left. In set 1, she only needed 5 seconds to shoot it.
You know, Ben, the reality is, as talented all these players are competing out there, you rarely see a perfect set. If you would count down the amount of racks played and amount of matches played, it's not that often you see a perfect set. You see very good sets, you see close to perfection sets, but you don't always see a perfect set.
Well, and hundreds of matches played at this event throughout the 4 different events total, and yeah, only one perfect set seen so far from Carlo, right?
Exactly.
So
And
you
of
might say
course,
it's 1 in 300, 1 in 400, something like that, right?
yeah, and I mean, of course, the break format does lend itself to a lot of turnovers, as we've seen throughout these days, but even with a different template, you still see a lot of ups and downs, swings and roundabouts. A perfect set, you need a lot of momentum and a lot of luck on your side. Even though if you're breaking like a god, you still need to have a shot on after the break. Particularly with the rotational games like 9 and 10.
A couple other great matches going on, and it looks like some good turnarounds. Chihiro Kawahara up 3-0 in the second set over Brittany Bryant after dropping the first set. And Kristina Zlateva up 2-0 over Pia Filler after dropping the first set. But it's a different story on table 1. Zhao Fang Fu up 3-0 in the second set and up 1-0 in sets. Looking to knock out Kelly Fisher. She's having the time of her life out there. Zhao Fang Fu. Crowd loves her. She's playing great. And she'll be playing in the final of the doubles this evening. The hometown favorite, Justin Bergman.
Yeah, that's scheduled for 7 p.m. local time. But there's one way, if you're watching this from outside of the US, to make sure that you can follow everything live. And is to subscribe on our YouTube channel and turn on the notification button. You will be notified as soon as we go live. after this round in the Women's Open, we will have the men's return to complete the quarterfinals. And we have 4 cracking matches coming your way. That is scheduled at 4 p.m. local time. And just to double check for you guys, we have coming up, like I said, at 4 p.m. FSR taking on Wukun Lin. Albin Ushan, defending champ, he will take Jason Shaw. Aloysius Yap, he will take Daniel Maciol, and Victor Zielinski, he will take Carlo Biado. So we have a very, very tough and exciting quarterfinal matchups coming your way in a little less than an hour from now.
Big break from Soa there. Shot on the 2. She didn't quite get far enough over for the 3. Thin cut on the 3, and she scratched. What a chance for Jasmine here. Not super easy. Needs to find a good angle on the 7 ball next to get to the 8. Angle it is. Maybe drop underneath this one, or does she risk drawing towards the right side pocket?
Yeah, that's a key word there, Ben. Risk. She doesn't have to take the risk, of course. She can play on the short side on the 8.
Yeah, I think I like the short side here. I think you gotta bet on yourself, knowing she's arguably one of the best players in the world, best players of all time. Getting underneath that 8, shooting a long shot's no problem.
Needs a bounce though. Needs a bounce. That's landed very awkward. She might have to take the 8 into the side now.
Yeah, I think you're right. And that's gonna bring in very wild cue ball. Again, with the shot clock running down, not a lot of time to work it out, so she plays a good save, but I think there's a gap here.
I don't know about your playing style, Ben. It'd be very hard for me to refuse a pot like that.
Yeah, I often don't even look for that kind of safety. I just don't see it enough. I'm trying to find them more, because I think at this elite level, you can't step outside the box too much, but it's certainly more fun to go for the balls.
No, I'm not trying to insinuate she played the wrong shot there. I'm just saying, whenever you feel like the safety is equally as tough, which it wasn't in that case, as the pot, you should always go for the pot. At least give yourself a chance to win.
I think, yeah, no, I get you weren't saying she played the wrong shot. I actually think she played the right shot, considering the shot clock especially, because she didn't have time to go through the whole routine to play a tough shot in the side. So the safety was very wise, and it bought her a shot at the 8, and she's made a beauty there.
She did. Oh, let's have a look at the angle here.
Yeah, still needs one more good shot.
It's one of those where you could even try to go top rail, bottom rail, just to hit it a bit firmer instead of trying to hold it.
Well, she's held it.
She's played that to perfection.
Yeah, what a shot. And this for 1-1. They're having a really great match out there. There's not many mistakes between them. Very high level. Had the pleasure of visiting her hometown a few years ago. Aria in Klagenfurt, Austria. Beautiful city.
Yeah, it is. Austria has pretty much everything you want.
I believe the next big stop in June is in Austria. Correct me if I'm wrong there.
Yeah, we do have a Euro Tour in May. I need to check that, but I believe it was the Spanish Open.
She's got a ball down here, but par for the course is absolutely nothing on the opening shot.
I stand corrected. It is in May, but it is in Luxembourg.
And the one I was referring to was St. Johann, June 16th to June 23rd. Push out here from Jasmine. Not trying to pin that cue ball on the end rail surprises me a bit. I think letting Soa see this much of the cue ball is maybe dangerous.
She's going for this. Call the corner pocket.
Well, what a shot. I think she's froze her up on this 3 enough to make this very awkward.
Maybe that 10 ball is her saving grace in this rack. Although she has the opportunity to send her cue ball into the 9 and the 10 there. And in doing so, still have good odds to have shape on the 2 ball.
Yeah, I think that would have been a good idea. I think she needed a little left spin just to get around the 7 there to try to make the 1. She's hung it up over the pocket. Let's see if Jasmine tries that shot. Try to get the cue ball into the 9, open those up. I think I like that shot. But there is a pretty good opportunity from the 8 ball to get it open or to get straight in and sort of bank it around off 3 rails while freezing on the 10. So she's not panicking about it yet. Jasmine just won the last Euro Tour event, I believe. Turkey.
Yeah, that is correct.
She's done that one in okay. She took her medicine there. A little bit further away from the 5, but it's not a problem. We'll see what she has in mind for that 9 ball. Trying to work it out now. Absolutely perfect on the 7. And I'm very curious to see, will she try to move the 9 from the 8, or will it be a safety on the 9? Really trying to work this one out. This is such an important game. It's such an important match. Try to get through to the semi-final tomorrow.
And what a turnaround. I mean, Seo raced off the start, took that first set, and in the second set, she was 2-1 up, and she had a great chance until she missed that surprising 8 ball. Go 3-1 up, which felt at the time would have been the knockout blow. And next thing you know, Yasmin Ushan could be putting herself in a commanding lead now. Even though it's only 1 rack, but you know, it is a race to 4, and you know, prior to that moment, it didn't really feel like she has had a good chance. Now, she looks arguably the most confident out of the 2.
Well, and we discussed the role of the ball a little bit. Not going her way at the start. Seeming to turn around now. The shot on the 8 to break out the 9 didn't have to work out like that. She got a real good nudge on the 9, ended up straight in. Perfect. The score in the other 3 matches looks like it's got some good storylines going. Chihiro Kawahara has leveled it 1 set apiece with Brittany Bryant. Kristina Zlateva up 3-1 in the second set over Pia Filler, trailing 1 set. And Kelly Fisher may be on the comeback train. She was down 3-0 in the second set and down a set to Zhao Fang Fu, and now it is currently 3-1. Fisher on the board. I'm sure she's made a million comebacks in her career like that. But what a great comeback here, and showing some heart to stay in this match when it wasn't going her way after losing the first set in about 20 minutes flat. Definitely the fastest set I've seen played in this tournament so far. Couple of balls down. A look at the 1, but no shot again.
Tough spot. I was wondering if she could just slow pace the cue ball. It's not without risk, of course. Try and hide it behind the 9 and guard the 1 with the 7 and the 3.
Yeah, I wonder if there's an opportunity to bank the 1 between the 10-8 while still doing that. I don't think so, because she probably would have shot it already. She's called the 1 in the side, I think. Trying to bank the 1 2 rails underneath the 10. Keep the cue ball up there. That's really good. From where she was, that's really good.
Yeah, that's all you could ask for from that position.
There is a result on table 1. Zhao Fang Fu, the first player into the semifinal, defeating Kelly Fisher. Big win for her. And there is some real potential with the way the draw is shaping up that Soa and her could play in the doubles final and in the singles final. How cool would that be?
That would be very cool. And not too bad for their wallet either.
Yeah, so much prize money up for grabs this week. Nearly $600,000 given away in total prize money. $27,000 to the winner of this event.
She's hesitant because that cue ball is going to run into the 4 and the 6 there. Yeah, so much so. I believe she's played safe. I don't think she went for the pot there.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that was all cue ball safe behind the 2, and she's done really well. Double the distance. Try to figure out this one rail kick.
Yes, the mirroring system. That's pretty useful. She could get close here. Misjudged it.
Yeah, the only problem with that system, that mirror or double the distance, is that the slide is a big factor. So I think she over-adjusted for the slide there.
Yeah, and that's the cardinal sin in that shot. I mean, even if she would have hit that one full ball, high odds on to get it safe, but what you do not want to do is give ball in hand away.
And what a chance for Jasmine to get on the hill here.
Yeah, quite a turnaround. I must admit, Ben, halfway the second set, this did not look on the cards. And that's nothing taking away from Yasmin. I mean, Yasmin is one of the most decorated players of all time. That's nothing to do with her. Just Seo was playing so good. Could not foresee this scenario.
I don't think anyone would have seen this other than maybe Jasmine trying to keep the dream alive and imagine it happening. But I think I was with you on that, and everybody else probably thought the same. So I was just going to run away with it. Right up until that missed 8 ball, and if there was something that turned this around, it was definitely that shot. Smooth with the draw shot. She has some great instructional videos. She has a YouTube channel. For those who don't follow it, I highly suggest you should. And she does some instructional stuff on there, and one of the ones about the draw shot's really good. It's one question that I get a lot from players is, how do you get so much draw the cue ball with little effort? She explains it really well. Just perfect on the 8, coming straight at the 9 ball. She won't mind straight in and just pull it back. Talking about that smooth draw, you can watch her technique here. Long on the bridge. Nice and level on the stroke, aiming really low.
Yeah, and one of the key things is having a nice smooth pause on your backswing. Need roughly 2 seconds, that would be ideal. 1.5 would do as well. And then shoot straight into the ball at the aiming point. All of the very best have that pause on their backswing.
Well, and often, I know I'm guilty of this all the time, I chicken out on the tip position on the cue ball. And I lift it at the last second. I end up with like more of a stop shot because I'm too scared to miscue or, you know, scoop underneath the ball. But you really can and have to aim super low.
Yeah, when you start the game and you have a proficient coach, it does make life a lot easier. I used to have one kid I tried to help out, and whenever he was at the table playing, I felt jealous. I'm thinking, I wish my stroke was like this.
I've got a couple in my area like that, Aria. There's some junior players coming through, like 13, 14 years old, that just had these amazing strokes, and they're so good already. And yeah, I'm a little bit jealous, I'm not gonna lie. Well, what a turnaround here for Jasmine, and a chance to maybe keep So on the chair, breaking to win the match here and move on to the semifinal tomorrow morning. She couldn't have hit it more square, and she's got a shot on the 1. Looks like the 2 is a little tough, though.
I tell you what, it might just go past the 10 ball, and if it does, which it looks like it does, this is a chance to close out the match.
Yeah, you'd think if she could get on the 2 and get to the 4 ball, the work would be done. Everything else is right there.
You know, it wouldn't be bad for her to leave herself a high angle on the 2. Maybe not as steep as this one, because it does look rather tight around the back of the 10, so you don't want to really hit it that hard. So if you can leave yourself a high angle, you can drop it in and incorporate the spin to land on the 4 ball, but she's done pretty much the opposite of what I've just said there.
Yeah, and from back here, much tougher, because if she needs to power it up into a tight pocket, we've seen these balls rattle all the time. Do you think she could consider kissing the 10 in here with the cue ball?
Yeah, and there is another, I would say, exhibition shot available. Draw off the bottom rail. No. Oh. How much of the 4 can she see?
What
I don't think enough to bank it.
Yeah, was she playing for the bank, or was she playing for safety here? Confused by that shot a bit.
I do think she was playing for the maybe bank or safety option, but that cue ball just went forward to an awkward spot.
Yeah, 2 rails safe, but it's only ever a containing shot. It doesn't.
Sarah's got a good chance now to put her cue ball behind a 8 and a 9. That's an awesome spot to hide your cue ball behind.
Well, and I think the 9 is a big target there, and if you can just run into it, it's going to put her in a bad spot. Lost the spin a little bit there. Didn't get it, and what a chance for Jasmine to close this one out.
Feels like the wheels have fallen off. Slowly but gradually.
I really think it was that one missed 8-ball into that corner. She just rattled it. Everything's turned around since. It's not over yet. Still lots of pressure out there.
Yeah.
And the other 2 matches are at 1 set apiece on table 3 and 4. So if Jasmine does finish this one off, there's still some great pool left in this round to watch.
One good stroke required. And an angle. Even if she would land straight on the 7, that would still work. She can play position on the short side, which she's likely to do from this position now.
Yeah, I think I like staying on the short side of this ball from where she is on the 7. She could have used one more roll of the ball there, but I think she's okay. Just roll this one through. A little cut on the 9 is fine. 10 so close to the pocket. She doesn't have to do much from the 9 to the 10. Still a great showing from this young lady. She'll be coming back to play the final tonight of the mixed doubles at 7 p.m. And that first set of hers might have been... Sorry, Arya, go ahead.
No, the thing I was about to say is, the most hurtful part of this loss is not so much the fact that Jasmine has played lights out. It's the fact that Seo has really crumbled because of a couple of unexpected misses. But many congratulations to Jasmine Ushan. What a champion she is. She's shown why she's won so many titles over the years, and she will prevail in the semi-final. Now, keep an eye out on our stream, as a little less than 24 minutes from now, we will continue the quarterfinals of the Men's World 8-Ball Championships. On behalf of myself and Ben, thanks for tuning in. And I hope we will see you soon back on our featured stream tables. Bye.
So we have 3 of the 4 into the final 4 of our Women's Open. You can follow everything at ProBilliardSeries.com. And our next match is set to kick off right around 4 o'clock. It is the men's quarterfinals of the World Championship. Big matches coming your way. We'll have Aloysius Yap, and his opponent would be Daniel Messio. Will be on table 4, and on table 3 would be FSR, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. His opponent, Wu Kin Lu. Then in Arena 2, the Hall of Famer, the Black Tiger, Carlos Viado. His opponent will be Victor Zelitsky. And then in the main arena, featured matchup, the Eagle Eye, Jason Shaw, and the defending champion from last year, smooth operator, Alvin Ocean. The winners of those matches will move into the final 4 for a chance to be World 8-ball champion. 30 minutes away from opening break.
This is Mark White here, looking forward to the next match. It's a men's Yalin 8-ball World Championship match between Carlo Biardo and Victor Zelensky. Myself and Chris Reinhold will be in the booth for this one, starting 4 p.m. local time. See you very, very soon, guys.
seat for the big action. Just a couple of minutes away from the opening break. Tonight at 7 o'clock, we're set to kick off our finals of the mixed doubles. It will be Zielinski and Soa taking on Bergman and Fu for the championship. 7 o'clock this evening. I want to encourage you to share on your social media pages. You can share the link where folks can watch at home that can't be here. Pro Billiards TV on YouTube. It's free. It's Pro Billiards TV on YouTube.
Leather ceiling.
Hey, Mark, can you hear me?
Yes, mate. Hear you.
To become world 8-ball champion. Brilliant performance. Shane van Boning, gold 8-ball champion, Joshua Filler, new World 8-ball champion.
Albin Ocean, the 2025 World 8-ball champion.
Hello, pool fans, and so glad you are tuned in for some world-class pool. We're coming to you. We're located basically in the center of the United States of America, just steps away from the iconic St. Louis Arch. It is the center of the pool universe right now. It's the second stop of the 2026 Predator Pro Billiard Series. We started 7 days ago with the absolute best in the world from 37 different countries from around the world and many different competitions, including a bank pool championship, a mixed doubles championship, which we will have the finals coming up at 7 o'clock. We have the Women's Open Championship and, of course, the Men's 8-Ball World Championship. And we've seen some unprecedented play, some thrilling matches, but the biggest moments are set to come. We're going to be awarding over $500,000 here in St. Louis. So if you're anywhere in the area, definitely don't miss out. Our signature event has been the 2026 Yalin WPA Men's 8-Ball World Championship presented by Poison. We started with 96 players. And ladies and gentlemen, we have made it to the quarterfinals. Yep, we're down to just 8. And after this round, well, it's going to determine who's going to be in our final 4 and a chance at that huge $90,000 first place prize and even bigger to be crowned world champion. Ladies and gentlemen, St. Louis, you guys ready? They're ready, and I hope you are as well at home. I want to introduce you to the quarterfinalists set to kick off here in just a moment. On table 4 will be Aloysius Yap and Danielo Messiol. And on table 3, we'll have FSR, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, and Woo Kin Liu. But right now, in arena number 2, I want to introduce to you from Lonian in Philippines, the Black Tiger. Make some noise for Carlo Beato. And his opponent, a neutral international athlete. Please put your hands together for Victor Zielinski. Back here in Arena 1 from Glasgow, Scotland, he's the Eagle Eye, Jason Shaw. And his opponent is last year's defending world champion, the smooth operator from Klagenfurt, Austria, Albin Ocean. Lagging for the break. It's a race to 10 to go to the final 4 and sending it to the Predator commentary booth.
Thank you very much, Derek. Good afternoon and welcome to the Hyatt Regency in St. Louis at the Arch. It's quarterfinals time in the Yalin WPA Men's World 8-Ball. And a matchup for you between Carlo Beato and Victor Zielinski. It's a straight race to 10 winner breaks. Your referee for this one is Perry Anderson. I'm Mark White, and in the booth with me is the one and only Chris Reinhold. Hello, Chris.
Hey, Mark. Close lag we got here.
Yeah, if the match is going to be anything like the lag, Chris, we're in for a now buy-in finish. Of course, Carlo Beato is the man that everyone's talking about at this championships. He actually ran an 8-pack. His opponent never got a shot. Who knows? The same thing could happen here because he has been given the lag, so he will be breaking first. And that man there, well, everyone knows Victor. What a great player. Very, very naturally talented, quick, fluent, very, very dangerous as well. So we're in for an absolute classic, I think, Chris.
Yeah, 2 very dangerous players. One on the left, Carlo Beato, ran the set out, ran the set 8 racks. And he's feeling dangerous and feeling like if he makes ball in the break, he can keep going. And then Victor, playing amazing this trip, you know, really has matured a lot in a lot of his game and decision making, which is, I didn't think could get better, but obviously did. It's going to be an amazing match, and let's let's all just kind of watch some 8-ball, guys.
We've racked him, and now Carlo's going to smack him. You all know the rules of 8-ball. Solids and stripes. Pot your suit. Make the 8-ball to win the rack. Do that 10 times and you'll be in the semi-finals. Here we go then, the Black Tiger about to pounce. Well, no 8-pack this time. Dry break.
Definitely some clusters here, Mark. It's not really straightforward. I might even use the 9 to make the 5 and run into that 1, 14, 7. It might be worth it, but then the 9 might stay above the pocket, which we don't really want. So he has a decision to make, really. You're gonna have to choose solids, though. You don't have a good opening stripe shot.
Yeah, no possibility of a safety either, so he's got to go aggressive here. And I like that call, Chris. Try and go into the 7, 14. Well, he's going straight onto the... Oh, he's tried it. It's gone wrong. He's going to have to think about that one later, Chris.
Yeah, and also my whole thinking of 8-ball in specific is we tried to break it out, and now I wouldn't mind playing it safe if you can. I don't think he has a lot of places to play safe right now, so I'm not talking about this spot in particular. But, you know, a lot of people are kind of just keep going once they start, and I feel like if you don't see a way out, you should probably stop digging.
Yeah, this is a good opportunity, though. Can play the 6 off the 14 into the side. That will open up the 7 ball. Push the 7 up towards the left-hand corner.
Yeah, maybe even
Didn't want
get
to be on the
6.
rail.
Maybe even play the 6 off the 14. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I was saying, yeah.
Wow, great minds think alike once you tell me what to say.
And now, Chris, everything available. Couldn't have worked out better.
Yeah, looking pretty good. That 8-ball goes in the lower right, goes in the sides, both of them. It's kind of just preference here, but I like shooting the 4-ball last. We have 1. I might even do the 7, 1, 4 or the 7, 4, 1. Really just preference. What a stroke he has. Very powerful.
Yeah, nicely on this 7 ball now. Just a little draw off the side route for the 4 ball. Leave himself an angle so he can get out. Kind of an angle like he's got now on the 4. Maybe not quite so acute. But something similar would suffice to take this opening rack. Well, just slightly stray. He's going to have to use that powerful action he's got again, Chris, just to stun off the rail.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been too mad if he would have went 2 rails with left English for the 8 in the right side, but I like this better, what he did.
Yeah, nicely done. So is this the man that can tame the Black Tiger? He will be breaking next. And just explain to viewers, Chris, just how important it is to make a ball on the break, as if that wasn't, well, you know, proof enough. It's imperative, isn't it, to make a ball on the break?
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely one of the most important parts of the game. You know, because if you break dry, you can't get any momentum. If you break and scratch, you can't gain any momentum. So that's kind of what happened with Skylar earlier today, where he played well. He just couldn't gain any momentum with the break, broke dry, and it just never could start. You know, in a winter break, it's huge.
Seven ball, oh, close. Six ball, close as well, but disappointment for Victor. Little cluster though at the start for Carlo. 10 and the 6 are nasty. What do you fancy here, Chris?
I think I like solids.
Yeah, trouble is
Yeah,
he's going to have to play the
solids.
5 or the, what do you fancy, the 4-7 or the 5 in the corner? 4-7, I guess, is the easiest one.
4-7 most likely. Sorry, Mark, I'm gonna step away for 1 second.
Well, 2 ball, not a problem, although it does look like it now, but it won't as soon as Carlo removes this 3 ball. 2 will be available into the same pocket. It's all about that 6 ball.
Sorry, Mark, what did I miss here? He's on solids, looking to run out.
Exactly that. Just that problem, the 6-10.
He got a little short here. He's gonna have to either really cut the. Yeah, I don't think he can cut this in. A lot of right English, that's for sure, to spin this in. But I might be looking elsewhere. Maybe try to bank this 4 ball to the top right. Hopefully that ties up the ball. No.
Some distance away from the bank shot. So Carlo not firing on all cylinders just yet.
Victor still has a tough route here to run out. Stripes is not easy at all. I might even go for this 11 here and use high left and try to run into the 10-6. Definitely possible. But I think the easier route would be the 15, the lower right, and then kind of move from there.
look at this. Look at this.
This
How
will
is
work.
it? Only problem though, 6 ballers blocked. He would love to just roll this 13 in and play the 10 next, but he can't do that now, so he's going to have to come up with another plan. Oh, the 10 does pass the 13. Oh, he's played that well, Chris. Some nice 8-ball being played here by Victor early on. And it's important that he capitalises on every mistake that Carlo makes, because there's not going to be many of them, is there?
Yeah, I wouldn't count on it, that's for sure.
He's had a pretty rough run, actually. 8-4 win over Mateusz Śniegowski in the first round. Marco Teutsch the next one. He lost there, Marco. Got sent to the one-loss side, then beat Levan Corteza, a great 8-ball player. John Mora, Stefan Kasper. It's brought him to this quarter-final.
Kind of a weird layout here. He could shoot this stripe, the purple stripe, up to the top right. Or he could go around the angles with the 9. Just tough to go around those angles with the 9 when you're frozen on the rail like that. Think that's what he's going with, though. See what I mean?
Called it. Yeah, you called it, Chris. What is the... Is there any tips that you can give to players that might want to, you know, maybe they struggle with playing off the rail? I'm certainly one of those players. I don't like it. I just think it's kind of the way to go is to just play the stroke the way you normally play it. But how would you say? What's a little tip from Chris Reinhold, coach?
I would say, especially on that one where you're trying to juice the ball, he's trying to put a lot of right English. It's just gonna deflect and cut a little more than you would ever think. So he overcut that ball because it's just gonna turn more than you think. So aim thicker at the ball and follow through. And speaking of weird spots, this is tough.
Yeah, lucky to avoid the scratch, to be honest. Oh. Well, that was a very, very awkward position he was in there. Right on the edge of the side pocket, but played a great stroke, Chris. Still problem, though. I don't think the 2 passes. The 8.
I think it might, but if it doesn't, he could just use high left and go for the top left. That's what he's doing. Look at that cue ball control, Mark.
Tremendous. Couldn't have put it better.
I mean, that's ball in hand shape right there, except for it being over the 9. Uh-oh.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
It was never in. It was never in. I mean, I know you want to play it in off the long rail, but not that far up. It was never in from the time it left the tip of his cue. So what a let-off for Victor Zelensky. And now, with an excellent opportunity to double his lead and keep the break, more importantly. Two misses in this rack for Carlo. See on his bridge hand, he always has that finger tucked under the palm of his hand. Carlo always taps his finger. All these little idiosyncrasies. And of course, the time I mention it, Victor doesn't do it.
He heard you, Mark.
Our referee, Perry Anderson from the US, in charge of this one. Now there's other quarterfinals going on at the moment. The reigning champion, Albin Ocean, is over on table 1. If you want to check that one out, guys. Albin Ocean up against Jason Shaw, and it's Jason Shaw with a 2-1 lead in that one at the moment. Sanchez Ruiz is up against Wu Kun Lin, Lucius Yap, Daniel Maciel. The other matches, we'll keep you up to date with the scores there as they go along. But back here on table number 2, Victor Zielinski to break off with a nice little 2-rack lead.
Yeah, he's going to be very confident breaking these balls, that's for sure. Wow, that ball just went right in there. 2 balls in the same pocket, 1 in the 9 hanging over. He could hit the stripe into the 1, call the 1, and then break out the 2. Possible. Or go for the 7 and break out the 2 now. I think I'm picking solids here. Just seems a little easier. What do you think, Mark?
Yeah, he doesn't actually have to move the 2, does he? He doesn't have to break the 2 out. He can drop onto it now. Play the combo on the 1, or maybe he can't drop onto it now. Look from the other angle as if he could. Maybe he can still.
Yeah, I might even go 7 ball here and try to run into the 15, or go 4, follow up, and then 7, and then do that. That probably makes more sense.
Oh, he's overdone it, has he? He was playing for the 2 there. May still be able to just spin this in. Little twist to right.
Yeah, the 6-3 is kind of what I'm having trouble with getting on. Unless the 6-3 is dead combination from the 5 maybe, but I don't want to shoot a combination like that. I think he's going 5 next, Mark.
Yeah, good angle. Can go anywhere he wants with a cue ball. Just by the 8 would be nice. He'd be on both of them then. He'd have a choice. So cue ball somewhere near the 8, but don't go behind the 8.
Yeah, pretty much.
Good start this from Victor. The longer he can keep that man in his chair, the better it will be for him. We know how dangerous Carlo is. But this man proving he's got a few weapons of his own as well.
Yeah, and all these top players, those 800 Fargos, you know, they all play so well. I mean, at any given time, any one of them can break through and win an event, and it'd be cool to see Victor kind of break through and win a big one like this.
He's had a bit of a dry patch. He hasn't won as much as people thought he might do when he first came on the scene. Amazing.
%30 of the way there, Mark. It's a lot of percent so far.
Yeah, Carlo's route to this quarterfinal beat Piers Labutis in the very first round. Then he lost to Skylar Woodward, 8-4, got pushed to the 1-loss side. And then there was that amazing 8-0 win over Vitali Patsurat, where he was 100% in every single department, Breakham running the entire set. Then Gerson Martinez Boza was his next victim. 10-5 was the score there. And then Marco Teutsch, the man from the Netherlands, went down 7-10 to Victor Zelensky. It's a tough week, but there's big rewards for that as well. $90,000 to the winner, 42 to the runner-up. And they're actually playing for the guarantee of 21,000 right now. Almost double what they're already on. They're already guaranteed 10.5.
A lot of money being thrown around. Well deserved for all these top players.
What about this layout, Chris? This is nasty, isn't it?
This is like a one-pocket game right here. $14 next. Oh no, he's probably going to play the 14 in the side. Not a bad idea. I might even draw back for the 14 in the same pocket as the one he's going into now.
Didn't want to nudge them open, but I think it may have robbed him of the position on the 14, and that's ruined the 14 now. I don't know why he didn't just drop it in and play it in the side, Chris, to be honest. Why would you? Or why wouldn't you play the 14 in the side? You're just asking for trouble there. It was a straightforward positional shot, I thought.
Yeah, these side pockets are tough. I think it spooks the players a little bit on them.
Well, he thinks he can still make this. Maybe he's playing it with some right-hand spin to straighten it a little bit. Oh, no problem. There's Mrs. Biardo.
Yeah, she's a front row visitor for every match he has. Never misses one.
I think that might have been Rublin Amit's partner as well next to her.
Okay, might have to go for this stripe by the 9 in the side. He's taking a look right now. Something he doesn't really want to do, but he kind of is in a spot now. He might have to just take what the table gives him. Can't force any of this, just have to stun over a little bit. Just float it in. Don't want to get too crazy. See, coming over for the stun, it might be he won't get too crazy straight in on the 8. You might get to about the first diamond on the left-hand rail, somewhere in there, in that realm. But the right English should help it carry towards the 8 a little more. Don't want to hit anything. Oh, how was that, Mark? That was perfect.
Yeah, just avoided caroming into the 4 ball. He's finally a part of this quarterfinal. 3-1 the score. Strange, isn't it? Even the top players in the world, he's just gesturing there. That he wasn't cueing, maybe not straight or not smooth or something, just playing a little air shot there, getting a little practice in on his way back to the chair. These players always looking to improve whatever they can, any little bit of advantage they can get. I don't know why we're seeing Carlos, although it's Victor's shoes. Thought maybe he had some Earl Strickland platforms on, Chris.
I need some of those, just so I can reach the top shelf.
You need some Tina Turner high heels, mate. That's what you need.
So many things. I need too many things.
Latest score from table number 1, Jason Shaw 3-2 up on the reigning champion Albin Ocean. Always a tough thing to come and win back-to-back world championships. Don't think it's ever been done, Chris, is it?
It would definitely be rare.
Dejection again. Carlo having a last look, just counting the balls, maybe even thinking, I must have made a ball. I did make a ball. Well, he's just not very happy about the position, but at least he's made a ball. He's got control of the table. He has got a safety he can play as well, Chris. Find the left short rail as we look with a cue ball off the 9. Can go aggressive. I think the 12 ball was on.
Yeah, I don't mind hitting the 12 ball. I mean, if you're gonna go aggressive, that's the shot. It's the only shot. But I'd probably just play safe here, like you said.
Oh, he's going aggressive.
Got to make something happen, I guess.
Guaranteed to be on the 10 or the 14. We may have been a little bit lucky here. He hasn't left anything easy, that's for sure. What about the 3, Chris? Does the 3 pass the 15 into the corner?
No, definitely not. But might go off the 9, maybe.
There's the 12. Well, that was the ball that Carlo missed. It was the only one he left on. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's just a weird layout here. You know, they're not spreading open as wide open as they would like, probably. But that just means there's more pool being played, which is awesome. He got stuck here. He can shoot the 11 in the bottom right. I think that's what he's going to end up doing. Ten ball it is. 9, 15, 11 is what I'm thinking.
Do you play much 8 ball, Chris, or is it mainly 9 ball and 10 ball for yourself?
Mainly just what the tournaments play, so there's not a lot of big 8-ball tournaments. It just doesn't catch my interest as much as a 9-ball and 10-ball. No clue why, but just not as interesting for me. And he got hooked here. He might have to cut in the 11 with some speed or bank the ball. I would probably just bank the ball. Brings you natural position, high right English for the 11 on the side.
Yeah, cue ball. We're going close to where his hand is now. This is a great shot. Look at this. Little nudge into the 7 to hold for the 8, Chris, and he's 4-1 up. Almost halfway there.
It's looking good so far. Hard not to be confident when you're up 3-1 and you have an out, right?
Yeah, and Victor, one of them players that's a great front runner, just grows in confidence, gets faster and faster. Now Ruiz and Wu Kunlin have just this second started. Ruiz has taken the opening rack in that one. I don't believe Maciel and Yap have started just yet, guys. Here's our referee, Perry Anderson. Now, he doesn't play any pool. He's trying to learn, he says, but his wife is a very good player. She's actually a state and regional champion. What about that?
That's pretty good.
Goes on to say, us players that can't play, ref.
Or commentate like me.
Yeah. Or do both, Chris. Or do both, my friend.
I would like to ref my own matches. That'd be nice.
Well, still can't get this rack right. Referees want to give the best they can. I thought that was Max Lechner for a second. Don't think it is. He would be watching Albin's match, if any match, I would have thought. Might remember the final last year against Alex Kazakis. Really struggled Albin to get over the line, but he did finally. Yeah, and as you look at the table, as you walk away, you look for any possible banana skins for your opponent. But I don't think there are any here, Chris. It looks pretty nice layout this, doesn't it? Especially the stripes. Maybe the 10 is a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, I definitely prefer stripes here over solids. The 5 and the 4 are laying kind of weird to get on, so I would definitely go stripes here.
Ten might go off the 6. They are on a 30-second shot clock, so 8 ball's one of them games where you're constantly thinking about patterns, and sometimes you get out of position, you have to rethink the pattern. So it's a little bit of a shock to the system, isn't it? It's a shot clock rather than a shot clock.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, 9 next after this ball. I'm not sure if this 15 and the 14 go on the side. I know that the 14 does. This might would be getting on, but I don't know if it passes. Then the 10, I don't know if it passes the 6 and the low right. And we might have to get on that now. Or play it off the 6.
Just a reminder, guys, Victor Zelensky will be involved in the mixed doubles final coming up later at 7 p.m. along with his partner, Seo Sewa, who will be up against Justin Bergman and Zhao Fangfu. Now, Zhao Fangfu has just knocked out Kelly Fisher in the Women's Open, beating her in 2 straight sets. And Brittany Bryant with a brilliant win. She's having a real great tournament. She beat Chihiro Kawahara from Japan, Jasmine overcoming Seo, and Christine Zeteva overcoming Pia Filler. So your semi-finals of the women is Brittany versus Jasmine, Zhao Fangfu versus Christina Zleteva. Now, I know you're good friends with Christina, Chris. Her game has really come on, hasn't it, in the past year or so?
Yeah, we're talking about Zlateva, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's improved a lot. I mean, she's going to all the events, and she's really committing herself to all of this. So it's you know, it just every time she even hits one ball, it's just with purpose and how you would imagine what would make you to get better. So it's awesome to see how much work she puts in, and I'm really proud of her just as a human being doing something that she wants to get better at, you know? Because she's top notch.
Yeah.
She's elite for sure. Like she's right there at the last 16, last 8, last 4, almost every tournament, which you do enough of those and you'll finally win one.
Yeah, well said. Couldn't agree more. Good chance here to get to the halfway stage for Victor.
Yeah, Jelinski is definitely making a push here. I mean, he's just pocketing the ball so clean. He's giving himself such a good chance. He might even go 3, 4, 5 here. Let's see which way he goes. Really looks like he can't miss, Mark.
Yeah, when he gets in, you know, his silky smooth cue action is just so beautiful to watch. And thinks so quick as well, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, you have to shoot that fast, right?
Yeah, already at the halfway stage. Things looking just a little bit bleak for Biardo. Those semis, by the way, of the Women's Open are coming up tomorrow at 10 a.m, followed by the final at 3:30. Now, Jason Shaw, also at the halfway stage. He's 5-2 up on Albin Ocean. I was talking to Darren Appleton a couple of days back, and he said, watch out for Jason Shaw in this 8-ball. There's fewer with better patterns than Jason, and he's on a roll really as well. Finished in the final of the Banks, had a really good run in the doubles with Cheska, losing out yesterday to Zhao Fangfu and Justin Bergman, and I'm really looking forward to watching Bergman again. He really has piqued my interest, Chris. I think he's such a great player. I mean, all you Americans know how great he is, but he hasn't really travelled so much recently. But I think we may just start to see a bit more of Bergman.
Yeah, let's hope so. I mean, it's a treat when we get to see him. I mean, it's pretty obvious that he has support behind him with how many people are lining up to see him at play every match, right?
Yeah, we're going to be guaranteed a full arena over on table 1. It's 7 o'clock tonight. Cannot wait to commentate on that one. Ben Francis and myself will be in the booth for that one. Chris, you've got an early night, I think, haven't you?
Yeah, I'm jealous you get to commentate that one. I'll switch with you if you want. Too late. No, I'm just kidding.
No, thank you. I wouldn't. There's nothing else I would rather be doing than commentating on that. Trust me.
That's sweet.
Go and
right
enjoy
there.
go and enjoy the
Maybe I'll go watch
nightlife
it
of St.
live.
Louis. There you go.
Second prize.
Give us a wave from the audience if you do.
Will do. Stripes is looking pretty promising here. Getting on the 8's kind of weird though, I'd say.
You'd have to leave yourself a bit thin on it, wouldn't you? To the left of the 2 somewhere.
Yeah, or try to go down all the way to the bottom rail, but just depends on really where he gets. Anywhere to the left of the 2, like you said, is good, I guess.
Are you going forward here, Chris, or stunning off the back rail out for the 10, or going forwards 2 rails?
Yeah, I like going forwards for sure. A little easier to control the cue ball. And now he has options. He could do the 10. I think he's going to play him in the same pocket. Just both in the same pocket. Wow.
What's he done there? It's almost
It's
like
a
he
rough day at
twisted
the
and went
office for Carlo.
so many misses. And talking of that, his misses is missing. Maybe it's too much stress to watch. Can't imagine what it must be like having a partner who plays pool. More stress than playing, Chris. What a chance for Zelensky here.
Yeah, I mean, these are, once you get down to that late of a run, they're basically handing Zelensky a game at this point because there's not really any traffic he has to get around. The 7 and the 3, probably the toughest shots he has to deal with. He could try to get on there now, though, after the 6. Got a little flat on it, though. Maybe just get close enough to the 5 to where you're comfortable and just play the 5 and the 7 and 3 in the same bottom right pocket.
Yeah, 2 is a little bit awkward as well. Looking at playing that in the right-hand side pocket from his gesture there. And now would love to be able to draw straight back for the 7 or the 3. Don't think he can, though. I think he's just off straight, so I play the 7.
It's crazy because in 8-ball there's so many different ways to play each out. And a lot of it's preference. Like here, I'm not sure he wanted to get straight on this. Now he's going to have to do something with the cue ball to get on the 2. He might just follow it forward, punch it a little bit, play the 2 in the top left. I don't like doing that, but you kind of just have to take what the table gives you sometimes.
Oh, will he get lucky though?
Other ball. Left Carlo a long range shot with some draw. They're both looking a little questionable this rack.
Playing the 12 in the corner. He's usually sliding off the long rail nicely. No, I didn't touch the sides.
See if he can lock in for a few more balls and get to that second game win. And it looks like he will, Mark.
Yeah, that's better. So dodged a bit of a bullet there. Victor just trying to do a little too much with a cue ball off of that straight shot. There's Rubelin. No championship for her this time, but she had a pretty good run. Now then, Carlo has taken a timeout, guys. One for each player per match. Chris Reinhold and myself, Mark White, will nip out for a quick break as well. I'm going to go and get a cup of coffee. We'll be back with the rest of this match in just a few minutes, guys. See you soon.
All right, Carlo to break here. Wow, what a break. Look at that cue ball. Jumped about 40 feet in there and came down to a good spot. And somewhat open. This might be the rush that Carlo needed. Yeah, 7 balls good. I think I like going solids here. Maybe go for the 3 first. Once you make the 4, the 6 opens up. And then you could use a 7 ball as the last ball to get on the 8. Everything looks pretty good here. Let's see what Carlo does. If you go stripes, you can go 13 top left and then 9 bottom right. But that 14 needs to get out of there first, which is why I would pick solids.
Got a little bit caught out there, Chris. I'll have to get a faster kettle.
Don't worry, go take your time. I got this for the next few minutes. Okay, we got the 3 ball here. He's probably shooting the 3, I'd imagine. Let's see what he actually does, though. Wow, chose stripes here. I mean, not a bad idea. It's okay to do that. Just again, more preference. More preference than anything. Nine ball next, lower left. I don't know if the 12 goes past the 10, but if it does, everything should be pretty easy here. Not a lot of cue ball movement in this rack, which helps from his first shot. That's pretty sweet. Looks like he's finally kind of dialing in everything. It's bad news for Jelinski. He needs to hold the lead, maintain the lead. They're only halfway there. Or Jelinski's only halfway there. Don't want to get straight on this. Would have liked to get pretty further, a lot further out actually.
Not the cue ball we're used to seeing from Carlo just yet.
No, but champions make it happen. So he's doing his best. He might need it again. That would have been funny if he handed him that one and grabbed the other one from the other side. That's the kind of dumb stuff I do.
It's just that little bit, again, not quite right, overdone it slightly. He's just hampered by the 7. Shouldn't be a problem though. Look at going within 2 racks at 5-3.
He's gaining speed. He's gaining speed, Mark.
Yeah, never count out the Black Tiger. Jason Shaw 6-3 up on Albin Ocean. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz 3-1 up on Wu Kun Lin. Wu Kun Lin always sneaks under the radar, doesn't he? Terrific player, beautiful cueist. Really is a top class player. Won the Las Vegas Open back in 2021. Aloysius Yap has started against Daniel Maciel, another Pole, made it through to the last 8. But it's Aloysius Yap from Singapore who's 2-0 up in that one at the moment. All races to 10, remember, guys.
Yeah, I mean, 5-3 is definitely within striking distance. Look at this break, Mark. Cue ball good. Come on, 11, you're his last chance. Hey.
What a relief that will be to see that ball drop and just look at the stripes.
Stripes it is.
I'll have to take the 9 before the 14, I'm guessing. That's the only little issue, if you could call it that, Chris, I think. Yeah, wisely using all the 60 seconds after the break just to work his pattern out.
Uh-oh. I'm not a big fan of doing that.
Surprises me.
Yeah,
Me
go ahead,
neither.
Mark.
No, I mean, why has he played it that speed? Why didn't he just leave the ball over the pocket?
I mean, I guess he wanted to
something
draw
wrong.
his cue ball over there, but I feel like he could have got there a different way too and not risked it.
I think he was intent on getting this 9-14 problem sorted earlier rather than later, Chris. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, maybe so.
Normally players like to clear, one area at a time, don't they? Like get those 3 stripes that he had in the kitchen area, get them sorted out and then come back down here and finish off the work. But who am I to question a world champion, reigning 9-ball champion? Won the 10-ball 2 years ago. Looking to add the 8-ball to that list. Problem solved. Are you finding the gap here, Chris, between the 7 and the rail, or are you coming between the 6 and the 7?
It's come between the 6 and the 7, I think. Oh, wow. Maybe I have to change my shot selection. 'Cause I like how that turned out.
Yeah, he played the more difficult of the 2 shots, but bigger reward. Beautifully held.
Looks like he's gaining his stride. 5-4.
Albin Ocean on his way back as well. Now trails Jason Shaw 6-4. Ruiz 4-1 up now on Wu Kunlin. Yap 3-0 on Daniel Maciel. Yap really is playing well. He's had some terrific results here this week. He's beaten Gorst twice this week. Twice in the 8-ball, beat him 8-5, and then got him again in the redraw. Ended up winning on the hill 10-9 earlier on today. It's a pretty tough route, Chris, to play Fedorgorst twice in one tournament and beat him twice.
Yeah, that's pretty strong.
Men's semi-finals of this 8-ball tomorrow. I believe we have had a time change on the schedule tomorrow, so I'll just check. Yeah, it will be midday. The semi-finals of the men's world 8-ball, midday St. Louis time. Disappointment once again, though, for Biardo on the break. Oh, look at these, Chris. They look pretty inviting, don't they? Either suit. I mean, there's easier stripes to start with, obviously, but what would you be going for?
I think I'd have to pick stripes here. The bottom right pocket from the spot, that ball was blocking the 10 ball from going pretty clean. But I think if I roll up on this 14, he's thinking about getting out of there now. I think he's going to roll up for the 10. It might pass the 13 at the bottom. And if it does, he'll be shooting it. I think he wanted to get a little higher up, though. Got a little too much angle on this.
Where'd you like playing the 15, Chris? Play it after the 11 or play it now?
I feel like you have to get it out of there at some point. I like 13 and then 15.
Yeah, sorry, I meant
Is he
13, not 11. My colour blindness coming to a... I'm in the wrong job sometimes, I think, Chris.
No, it's okay. So we're coming up about where his hand is at, just like that. And now he's probably going to go up for the 9 on the side, and then the 12, and then the 8. You notice, you've watched Zelensky play for quite a while, Mark. I mean, have you ever seen him this calm and taking his time? I feel like he's matured a lot as a player.
Yeah, I think if he did have one fault, he used to beat himself up sometimes a little bit too much while he was at the table. He used to get he used to get disgusted with himself on occasions. And we all know he's had his problems off the table as well. That's why he's playing under a neutral flag. For those of you wondering why there's no Polish flag, he's not part of the Polish Federation for various reasons. I think that affected his game as well a little bit, to be honest, Chris. Off the table happenings also plays with your mind sometimes, but he's certainly doing himself proud. 6-4.
You know, 6-4 up on Carlo in the World Championship. I'd say he's doing pretty well for himself.
Do you think Justin Bergman can end the fairy tale this week, Chris, with a win in the doubles?
Yeah, him and his partner are playing amazing, and they're a really good team. So I really do think they can win. I mean, they only have to win one more match to win the tournament, right?
Yeah, final coming up 7 tonight. And I will say, I think their partnership has really, really grown and matured the further along this tournament's gone. They looked a little bit dodgy at the beginning, but they weathered the storm and they seem to have got this great camaraderie, and the crowd have really, really built up Justin Bergman, but not just Justin, Zhao Fang Fu as well. I think she's really come out of herself this week, fist bumping and really getting into the atmosphere of the whole occasion as well. And the camaraderie is absolutely brilliant between the two, and that is a dangerous combination. Their opponents will have their work cut out, and it will be this man and Sao Sa later on. Another dry break. What's going on, Chris, with this break?
Yeah, I mean, I guess they know that we want a close match, so they just keep try breaking. Can be the only explanation, Mark. Or it could be that the table's worn in now, the pockets are playing a little tighter, and the pressure's on. Okay, solids it is. Let's see if the 6 can be put in the side. He might be running into these also. He's going 7 first.
I don't think Carlo has changed in the last 10 years. I think he's always looked like that from a young boy.
Yeah, he looks like a... Never mind. He's so well groomed, you know, it just looks like his hair is like permanent. It doesn't even look like it's real hair. It's crazy. Never moves, never anything, you know, it's just like a Ken Barbie doll almost.
Yeah, exactly. It always looks immaculate, doesn't he, when he's at the table? He's a class act, all round, Carlo.
For sure.
Still has the problem with the 6, Chris. Can play it to the bottom left, I guess, but needs to get nicely on the 5 to do that.
Yeah, and if you notice, his confidence is just gaining and gaining. His cue ball's getting better. His whole game is picking up quite a bit. You know, when you force these champions to have to come with something, they generally do.
Just a little bit congested in the middle of the table there, just maybe making this positional shot slightly more difficult. Looked at finding the gap there between the 12 and the 10. Good luck with that.
Yeah. It's a tough one. It's okay, can just drop this 5 in. May make the position on the 8 a little bit more difficult though, Chris, from the 6. Can he leave it straight enough? Yeah, I think he's good. I think it goes on the side, Mark.
Oof, he just cleared the way for the side, didn't he? Done that little Filipino brush of the cloth like they do. Oof. Has to get this dead right. Needs to aim for the near jaw as we look, the far jaw as he looks. Doesn't want to touch the near point. Oh, he did aim for the far point. Yeah, I'll tell you, I wasn't a fan of that one, Chris. That was a tough shot. Probably explaining, can't believe it didn't go in.
Yeah, it's crazy. I think maybe 4 of these games that Victor has won, he's had kind of games like this where Carlo just runs out and then just leaves him something like this.
Yeah, looked like it was going 6-5, then it's anyone's game. It's 6-5 over on table 1. Jason Shaw just with the 1 rack advantage over the reigning champion Albin Ocean. Victor with lots of space now though, Chris, to do what he wants.
Yes, he has the whole table to work with here. $10, $11, and then $13 probably. Then the 9 for the key ball to set up the 8 ball. Yeah, he's looking solid here. Stroke looks good, and he'll be 70% of the way there, Mark. Carlo's still trying to get to the halfway point.
There's a face of determination, this 8 ball, to be within 3 of the semi-final of the Yalin WPA Men's World 8 Ball Championship here in St. Louis, the centre of America. Certainly is the centre of attention for all pool fans over the last 7 days. 1 day to go tomorrow. We'll have the women's and the men's semi-finals, and then both finals but still to come tonight. Cannot wait for it. Justin Bergman and Xiao Fang Fu up against Zelensky and Soa in the Poison mixed doubles final. Really is going to be a quality match, that full arena. I'm sure there's going to be drama. There's certainly going to be a lot of noise as well, especially if Chris Reinhold gets into the crowd.
Why? Because I'll be yelling?
Yeah.
Perfect. I'll bring my bullhorn.
Just don't bring your vuvuzela. I bet you don't even know what a vuvuzela is, do you?
You made up that word just now. I can feel it.
No, I didn't. Yeah, the reason I'm saying you wouldn't know it is because it comes from soccer, Chris. And you're not real big soccer fans, are you, in the US? You're more football fans.
You know what's funny is my last soccer game I played as a youth. I was maybe 7 years old, 8 years old. And the coach told me to go out to the middle of the field and do a coin flip, right? So they see whose ball it was or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't even know the rules.
Who's going to kick off? Yeah.
So they asked me heads or tails, and I didn't know what to say. So I just said, I'm not sure. And they said, you have to pick. And then I just got frustrated and said, I don't know which one to pick. And then they started yelling at me and telling me. And then anyway, that was my last soccer game. I told them I prefer to lag than flip, and they didn't understand what I was saying. Apparently,
it's a pretty long lag.
Yeah. But anyway, now we're here.
There ended Chris Reinhold's football or soccer career. There's our announcer who's been doing a great job. Also, the mayor of his hometown, Derek Cox.
Okay, Victor again, looking to get to 8. And it looks like he might, Mark. I think, all right, here's a something I would do. I would go try to make both the balls here, the 10 and the ball in the pocket, and just stun out to where I can make the, okay. I was going to say 13 next, and then so I can get on that purple ball down there next, and then we'll use 11 ball last. But either way is good. I think he's keeping it even more simple. He's going the ball on the side, bottom right, and then bottom left. Want to make sure that you deliver the cue well and stay true to your path here. You know what I've noticed, Mark, is that they don't like to get a little straighter on this and then follow down for the short side. They always play on the other side here. They always go a little more angle and then come down for the same pocket. Very common.
Yeah, I think it helps to keep the stroke the same. This is good stuff here from Zelensky. He's going to have a 4-rack lead if he can negotiate this 12 and 8 ball. Just to end my question, or to answer my question, Chris, that I asked you, what's a vuvuzela? It's actually like a trumpet horn thing, which was used in the South African World Cup a few years back.
Was this in the 1800s or 1900s?
You're a funny guy.
Mark's like, you're lucky we're not commentating in person together. I'd strangle you. 80% of the way there, Mark.
Yeah, I'm not sure you and I have ever commentated actually sitting next to each other. Chris, if you don't know, he's actually at the venue, but he's in his hotel room, and I'm in my apartment in Pattaya in Thailand. It really is amazing, you know, the technology these days. The pictures are beamed well, for table 2, the pictures are beamed to France, and then from France back to us, and then we're commentating on it. So just very occasionally we might talk over each other, but we seem to have got it worked out pretty well. But the technology, you know, sending these pictures, Chris, right across the world, across the Atlantic, and back over, really is fantastic that we can do this job from where we are.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. What percentage do you think it would be it's cheaper to live in Thailand than it is in the United States?
Oh, it's
Like half?
half price, half, yeah.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it's the main reason I live here, because of the cost of living is just so low. But there's a, believe it or not, a fabulous pool scene here where I am. We've got 4 clubs within a square mile, and add all the tables together, it's over 60.
Wow, I might have to come visit you. That's awesome.
Yeah, you should. I mean, a lot of the players come here.
That's where Jay Flowers is located too, right?
Yeah,
I think that's what you were saying.
yeah.
Earl goes there sometimes.
Earl comes here. Jason Shaw's been here. Roberto Gomez is coming in June, apparently.
Have you
Chris
tried
Melling
Earl's shoes yet?
He's a regular. I've seen them. I've played a shot with his cue as well. That's quite something.
No, I would never hit another ball with his cue. His cue is so long that
So
I don't
long and
even
so
know.
heavy.
I know. I don't even know like what the point of like. It wouldn't even be fun. It's crazy. He's like, it helps me stay down. I said, what other choice have you got?
Yeah, Dennis Grabet is a regular here as well. So great pool scene. We have lots of high roller tournaments as well. Big money, you know, I'm talking like $20,000 first prize. Anyway, back to this game. Carlo needs to win this rack desperately. Doesn't want his opponent getting on the hill.
Yeah, not sure if this 11 goes off the 1 on the side, but it sure looks like it. Maybe that's them playing after the 14 here.
You don't think it's a little bit far out, Chris, that one ball to play the 11 off it?
Yeah,
You think with a bit of
definitely,
power?
it definitely might be, but that's kind of why I was asking. It's kind of a personal shot too. The overhead looks like it'll go, but every time they pan to this angle, I'm just not sure it'll go. It looks a little far out, like you said.
Yeah.
He needs to choose something and shoot it.
He got caught out there by the shot clock, taking just a little bit too much time.
12, 14, 11 off the 1, and then the 8. It must go. He doesn't seem worried.
I think he's going to play it straight in, Chris.
Yeah, I think so too. The way he just looked at it.
We all know what happened on the 6 ball in the last rack. Played it in the side, missed it. Zelensky cleared up. But this is a must-win rack for Biardo.
I feel like the boy who cried wolf. Oh, it's gonna go off the 1, and then he just makes it directly straight in. That's nice.
It's more difficult than the 6 he missed.
I think he's in stroke now, though. Stroke looks a lot better now. 8-5 instead of 9-4 looks pretty good.
Yeah, 8-5 it is, and 8-5 it is over on table one as well. Jason Shaw leads the reigning champion Albin Ocean by the same score. Sanchez Ruiz going well, 5-2 up over Wu Kun Lin, and Aloysius Schaap 4-2 up over Poland's Daniel Maciol. Check these stats out, Chris. Overall performance pretty high from both players.
For sure, pretty good so far. It's just the dry breaks and then maybe one missed ball by Carlo.
Well, missed shots from Carlo, 6 in total, as opposed to 2 from Zelensky. Breaks assess very low for Victor, 25%, 60% for Carlo. The Tiger clawing his way back in this quarter-final. Big pop. Well, just mentioned no fouls so far. There's the first one, and it's gone to Biardo. Scratch off the break. What a chance now for Zelensky. For those of you that don't know, guys, in 8-ball, first shot after a foul off the break, you must play from behind the kitchen line, and you must play a ball out of the kitchen. I actually forgot that once, ran the rack out to win the match in a tournament I was playing, and then I was told by the girlfriend of the player I was playing, actually, you played behind the line the first shot. And out of my goodness of my heart, Chris, I said, okay, we'll re-rack it. We re-racked it. He broke and ran, and I lost.
Solids and more solids for Zelensky here. Might have to run into the 6 or the 15 to kind of give a little more room to play. I didn't even know that went. Wow. Okay. I wouldn't be mad if he shot
as well.
If he shot the 5 into a little bit of draw into the 13, and then it would draw for the 7 in the left-hand side. Be careful, the 13 might actually get in your way if you hit it too full. Perfect speed.
Oh, couldn't have played that better, could he? Nice angle to come down for the 2 or the 3.
Yeah, I like
draw
the 3
across
here
the
for
face of the
sure.
8.
Now I like the 2.
Looks like the hill is arriving, Chris.
There's a commanding lead, especially the way that these players have been breaking. Haven't really gotten too much together as far as continually. So this is a pretty big lead given the fact that no one's really broken and ran a bunch.
If you go right back to the start, and I mean right back to the start as well, to the lag, it was a very, very close lag, which Biardo just won. He then broke dry. And Zelensky kind of went from strength to strength from that point on. And he will be on the hill after this 8 into the side. So now that man's back is truly against the wall. Cannot afford any more mistakes, well, he might not even get back to the table. Zelensky breaking for the match and a place in the semi-final. And he will play either Daniel Maciel or Aloysius Yap in that semi-final. Ruiz beginning to steamroll Wu Kunlin as well, 6-2 in that one. Jason Shaw 8-5 up on Ocean. I have to say, Chris, I actually fancied Sky Woodward to go all the way as well, at least to the semis.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad pick. I mean, he's playing well, and this format definitely is something that's good for him.
Wu Kunlin beating 10-2. It's quite a result there, isn't it? Probably
yeah,
ran
I commentated
a pack of some
that
sort.
was insane.
Oh, did you? What happened in it?
It wasn't really packages. It was more so Sky broke dry literally almost every time he broke. I think he had a 0% breaking percentage as far as good breaks.
Saw him interviewed yesterday after his previous match, and he was saying that he broke dry 7 out of 10 racks, and to win, it was actually against Bergman, wasn't it? That he beat Bergman 10-8, but had 7 out of 10 dry breaks.
Hard to win that way.
Pressure now, knowing that every shot you take could be your last in this year's Yalin WPA Men's World 8-Ball Championships, coming to you live from St. Louis, the Hyatt Regency, very close to the arch. How close to the arch is it, Chris? Right there, isn't it? A few steps away?
Yeah, about maybe 40 of my steps.
So 20 of mine, about 20
Correct.
steps away for a normal person.
Maybe 30 for you because of the foot thing, but...
Yeah, good one.
He might be trying to attack the 15 and the 10 now. No. This is so interesting to me. I'm not sure what I would do here, except maybe try to run into the 4 ball now, off the 12.
Yeah, 2 rails into it, or maybe going 1 rail, is he? Well, has the problem of the 8 as well still, though. Don't forget, this is anything but routine.
Yeah, he'll be excited for this, though. Oh.
He's on it, I think. Just needs a favourable kiss on the 5 to open up the 8 ball into the same pocket. Oh, has it gone too far? No, he's okay.
Just like that. 9-6.
Timeout.
Victor takes a break. I will as well.
Yeah, break time. back, guys, with the remainder of this match very, very shortly. Chris Reinhold and myself, Mark White. See you soon. Welcome back, guys, to the Hyatt Regency here in St. Louis. This enthralling quarter-final in the Yalin WPA Men's World 8-Ball Championships. 9-6 on the hill, Zelensky, but it will be Carlo Biardo breaking. In the booth with me, Mark White, is Chris Reinhold, former Mosconi Cup player. Welcome back, Chris. Can Biardo do it?
He definitely can. He's definitely capable. And if given the opportunity, he will. And Zelensky knows that.
There's the Biardo dance.
I think he might be going Ooh, tough decision here. You could go either way. The 13 passes the side there. I
I'm going
probably would go
Strolids.
solids though. What's Strolids?
It's a mixture of
make
the
up your
two. I'm
mind?
not sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can't make up my mind.
I can't figure it out. Let me just shoot the 8-ball in.
You might have just caught a glimpse there of Cheska Centeno in the audience, as she often is when her fellow compatriot is playing.
I think I'd go 1-5 or 5 and then them. I might go 1-5 here, just so I'm not jacked up over a ball. I think that's what he's thinking. A 4-ball I'd like to get out as soon as possible, but you can also leave it for the last time. The last one, the key ball. Wouldn't be mad if he went 6 with right English to go on the 2 next. Doesn't need to though.
It looks like he's going 5-2.
Yeah, see how
5, 2,
comfortable
3.
he is with shooting the 3 mark. If he's comfortable with shooting the 3, then that's a better shot, I think, so you don't have to deal with it anymore. I think it's the 2
Yeah, I
and
just
then
think it's-
run into the 3
Yeah,
or
yeah.
the 13.
Yeah, I think this is the shot, Chris. Into the 13.
I want to block it for the 8 in the side. The 4 doesn't go in the bottom left, I don't think. He's looking at it right now. He has to get back on that 4 at some point. He either has to stun or draw back to the 6. Could get pretty hairy pretty fast.
I was going to have to load this up with low left. Draw just before the side pocket. Zip the cue ball up for the 6 ball. Don't scratch. He hasn't. That gentleman there enjoyed that one. Appreciating a very good shot there from Biardo. Shoot this to the
Let's
corner.
go. You go to the corner here, Mark?
Well, I do, but I think Biardo's going to the side. He's persevering with these side pockets. Oh. Still in it at 9-7. Jason Shaw, 8-7. Albin Ocean making a comeback. He's not ready to let go of that trophy just yet. You're going to have to prise it out of his hands. Big difference in prize money, of course. Guaranteed 10,500 at the moment, but the chance of winning, well, at least 21, maybe 42, maybe 90. It's kind of life-changing money, isn't it? That is career-changing money. 90,000, Chris. There's Amber Chen as well, look. Hello, Amber. It's good to see the players enjoying the game. I mean, if I was in the building, I'd take every opportunity to come and watch this man. You always feel you learn something from the Black Tiger. Oh, got stopped. The kick almost in the side pocket. Looking around. Is there a saviour? Or is it all open? Well, 6 and the 12 are nasty, Chris.
Yeah, and it's just going to get harder and harder for Jelinski to close this out. So any opportunity that he has, he must take advantage of. And that includes playing a safety every now and then. I mean, maybe pick solids and then clear clear that side pocket and draw the cue ball up table and leave him long. Not quite as effective on Carlo, obviously, as it would be on someone else, but I don't know. If you're gonna go for something, make sure you see a whole path.
Well, you can't be missing balls like that. He had Biardo under the cosh.
Yeah, it might be a blessing in disguise that he missed that. Because getting out in this rack is very, very difficult.
Would love to leave himself an angle on something, maybe the 10 to go into the 12. Can he do it here from the 14, Chris? Leave yourself an angle on the 10, move the 12, hold yourself on the 11.
He went forward there, wow.
I think he may have gone too far. He's going to have to play the 9 ball. Now has an angle on this 11 to move the 12. Should have a shot at the 10, at least.
There it is, Mark. Uh-oh.
Gone slightly wrong. Whenever you're going into balls, Chris, you're never guaranteed, are you? And this is an awkward shot on the 13 over the top of the 1 ball. This is a huge shot now in this match. If it goes in, you expect him to go on and win this rack and reduce the gap to just 1. It's there.
Does he get
it's not
there?
straight enough though. It's no good, is it? Can he play somehow the 12 off the 6, Chris, and open the pocket? What do you do here?
I mean, he definitely can, but there's just such a unsurety of where that 10 ball is going to go after. You kind of have to play it, though. Get to hit it with a little bit of pace and just hope your cue ball is good enough.
Oh,
my
like
goodness.
this. That'll do, won't it? There's the Biardo brilliance. Okay, a little bit fortunate maybe to end up so good on the 10. A tap on the leg there from Zelensky. He appreciated that shot, even though it means that Biardo's only going to be 1 behind and breaking. And what a time it would be to make a ball on the break, Chris.
9-8. He's within 2 of the striking distance. It's basically a race to 2, and Jelinski's is getting a game on the wire. Let's see if that missed ball from Jelinski is going to make a big difference.
Jason Short all square now with Albin Ocean. 8-8 in that one. Sanchez Ruiz 7-4 over Wu Kunlin. Aloysius Schaap 6-4 over Daniel Maciel. Things are hotting up here, guys, in St. Louis. We've seen some tremendous pool over the last week. There is the Flash, looking pretty chilled out there. It all started on the 1st of April, and there was no fault in the banks because Fedor Gorst winning it, beating Jason Shaw in the final. And then, of course, the Women's Open, the mixed doubles and the World 8-Ball all running at the same time. Mrs. Biardo wearing her Nashville shirt.
Biardo to break.
Oh dear,
Switched
look
up
at
his
that
break.
rack. Yeah, they just didn't break, did they?
I don't know if I'm Jelinski. I'm just very happy. I'm very happy that I get another shot.
Is the 12-9 a combo, Chris, into the corner after playing this 11? Can he hold for that if it is a combo? Oh, he's going solid. He's going 7 in the side here. Oh, this is a brave shot into these side pockets, I can tell you. Yeah. Oof.
It's like it's all going in Carlos' favor now.
Not straightforward. Still work to do if he's going to go heel here. This man just never gives up, never stops coming at you. Doesn't know what the word quit is.
Looks like this might be a hill thriller, Mark.
Has all the hallmarks of it, that's for sure, especially with Biardo at the table here. Pretty open rack. 5-ball just a little bit awkward to get on. May play it now, Chris.
I like that option.
You can play short side on the 6.
And then 1-7.
Yeah. An 8 in the side. Wants to be more or less straight on this. Cue ball going slightly towards the rail.
Did Bergman just enter the building?
No, but Jason Shaw did just get onto the hill. And also Wu Kunlin just pulled a rack back against Sanchez Ruiz. 7-5. Wu Kunlin is down. Jason Shaw 9-8 up on the hill. One away from knocking out the champion. He has to be very careful here of the 14 ball. He's slightly wrong on this 7. He would have liked the angle going the other way. So he could have maybe even played into the 14. Oh, he's taking a risk here. Now then, tricky little 8 into the side for this to go the distance. Oh, there's one more twist. There's a twist in the tail. Biardo, I'm surprised he played it that hard, to be honest. Not that it would have gone, the angle he played it at. He just misjudged the potting angle. Oh, what a chance that was. Bangs the chalk on the table. He knows it should all be over now. Plenty of room for Zelensky to get to work his wizardry and make all these balls disappear for a place in the semi-final against Yap or Maciel. Yap is 7-4 up. The cream rising to the top in this tournament.
It's
There
just
one missing,
so
you could
wild.
say.
I mean, everything was against Beato the first, what was he down, 5-1? 6-2?
Yeah.
5-1? And then everything started going his way. And then Jelinski started missing a few balls, got out of shape a few times, and then that was his chance to win, and then he just undercut that ball. But pool is crazy, absolutely crazy. You never know.
Yeah, 1/4 of an inch out of going heel there. So 13 in the side, and 11 and the 8 into the same corner for, I guess you could say, a deserved victory. He certainly had a really, really good patch. Went 5-1 up, as you said, 6-2 up. But now Biardo will be feeling gutted inside, knowing that he had the chance to go heel. It will be Zelensky who's going to win this with a 10-8 victory. He's happy to fall over the line. The handshake comes. Biardo will have to do with a 5th through 8 finish. Zelensky into the semi-finals. Thank you so much to Chris Reinhold for being with me in the booth. He's going to be getting down to the arena, because next up is Justin Bergman and Xiaofang Fu against that man there, Victor Zelensky and Sir Sa, in the final of the doubles, the mixed doubles, of course, brought to us by Poison. I've been Mark White. Thanks again to Chris. We'll see you at 7 p.m, guys, for the final of the mixed doubles. Bye for now.